Hello and welcome. I am Arumba. Thank you for joining me. We are live on Twitch. It is the 100,000 subscriber Ask Me Almost Anything. We're going to be doing a face cam reveal in just a moment, and there are at least 2,500 questions that are available for me to answer. This I can't even answer questions because people are subscribing too fast on Twitch. We've got Online Hero number 12. He's become a subscriber. Thanks for joining Team Subscriber. I'm a little nervous, if you can't tell. We've got, you should be able to see in the top left corner. Actually, it looks like that might not be accurate right now. Did the chrono turn off? Maybe it did. Let me go check on that. We have like 3,000 people. 3,200 or so are live right now. We'll see if this is a new record. I'm not sure. But without further ado, since you're here for the big reveal, here it is. Okay? Turn on the webcam. Here's what I look like. Are you ready? Are you ready? Prepare your body. It's time to get ready. Here's what I look like. Ready? There I am. Whew, man. It's been a whole year. I've been really nervous. Really nervous about showing what I look like. Yeah. I know. I've been thinner in the past, okay? I gained a few pounds after college. I don't know what to say. At one point, I was a slim guy, and now I've got all this chrome, and, No. I know. Okay. That was my one joke. Put me in a happy mood. Hope you guys like it. But, okay. So, for serious, though. Okay, I said I'd do this. I said a year ago that when we hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube that I would do a face cam because people wanted to know. And I like to keep my word. So, okay, hopefully, this is... Okay, before I do it, the argument that I had always made was it's better to just be like a voice. Because people, if you like somebody, right? Like say you like somebody or something, then in your mind, you're going to have a certain perception of what that thing or person would look like. And if you like that person, it would be a good thing. So you might associate that voice with, I don't know, a childhood friend or your best friend or just somebody you like, whatever. And I always made the argument that there's no reason to do a face cam because it takes away from that, right? Knoxville Buckeyes become a member of Team Subscriber. So because okay, I gotta I'm gonna be all over the place in this stream, so don't expect me to have a logical train of thought. In the insurance industry, which I worked in for 6 years, you would never wear cologne because there was like a 50-50 chance that the person would either like the way that it smelled or dislike the way that it smelled. It was better to be neutral because you wouldn't want half of the people that you were meeting to just randomly dislike you because it reminded them of a scent that they didn't like. And so I used that same logic on not doing a face cam, that I wanted people to just kind of like me for who I am and my voice and the things that I say and not necessarily what I look like. But then again, I still said that I was going to do a face cam, so we will. All right, so I had to turn off the heater in here. It's already getting freaking hot because I'm kind of nervous. There's 4,000 people here now. Okay, all right. I'm going to turn it on and we'll just see what happens. Okay. Ta-da. So yes, the face cam reveal is done. We can all go home now. It's time to wrap it up. That's it. Okay. MD133 has subscribed. So yeah, the reveal that had happened a couple weeks ago was accidental. And it was me, obviously. But I didn't have room lighting, and I didn't have... I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready for it, so... Whew. Whew. You're freaking me out, people. So if you see me looking over to my right, it's because that's where the secondary monitor is, and that's kind of what I look at for some things. But I've got the chat on the center screen so that I don't turn away. We got Craigus Christ has subscribed. Whew. Okay. All right. So well, I guess let's just start answering questions, right? That's the whole purpose of this. Frost Gamer became a member of Team Subscriber. Okay. So. That professionalism. The professionalism of your video. I can't read the count. We might have to go with slow mode. I do take sound seriously. Yes, I do. There is, I spent, well, it doesn't really matter how much money I spent, but the whole room is covered in the damn things. See, what I didn't know about noise gates and filters and anything about audio. I figured, okay, if I want good audio, then what I need to do is I basically just need to make the whole room sound good all the time. And I didn't know that you could just kind of do all that processing in the preamp before it actually got to the computer. So I soundproofed the whole room, only to discover that it's completely unnecessary. Like if the sound foam wasn't anywhere in this entire room, it would still sound the exact same as it does right now, because the microphone preamp is doing all the work. It still does help, makes the room. It actually does make the room sound better. So that's good. We've got Alanith, team subscriber. I remember my first question: will we be able to ask anything? Yes. So this stream is going to last from anywhere from 2 to 6 hours, depending on how tired I get and how many questions there are, which there are like 2,500. If you ask a question in Twitch chat, then if it's a good question, the moderators have a special form that they can use to submit that question to me. Don't try to, don't spam, right? Spamming is against the chat rules in the channel. But just, if you have questions, submit them there. And then other than that, I've got the questions that were submitted over the last week. So I'm going to be going down this list as quick as I can. Let's see if the moderators have submitted any yet. No, they haven't. Okay, so question number 1, what is a game that you want to play on your channel but can't because people wouldn't like it? Well, it's definitely true that when you play a lot of one type of game, like Europa Universalis 4, Crusader Kings 2, Grand Strategy in general, that you are kind of pigeonholed into the same type of game. So, some more diversity would be nice. Like I play Dota a lot, but Dota would just be terrible. It would be terrible on the channel because that's not why people come to the channel. They wouldn't watch it. And my strategy in making videos for YouTube is that it needs to have at least 1 degree of separation from the normal games that I play. Like Dota is too different from what I currently play. But take a game like Factorio or Banished or Dwarf Fortress, like there's similar games to that on the channel, so you can kind of make a jump from one to another. They have to be kind of connected. That way, at least part of the audience that's here for something will be interested in watching another game type, right? So like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress were both very similar, and so it was easy for people that like Dwarf Fortress to watch RimWorld and vice versa, and that kind of thing. So that being said, the question was, what game would I like to play on my channel but I can't because people wouldn't like it? I would be lying if I said that I have never considered playing Minecraft. Honestly, as simple of a game as it is, CPI McKnight, team subscriber. As simple of a game as it is, it's the most popular game on the planet. And when you're doing YouTube as a career, I gotta admit, it's like Minecraft is it's like the golden ticket. If you could just get an audience that wants to watch you play Minecraft, then bam, there's like millions and millions of views. People do nothing but play Minecraft, and they have huge channels. But it's not my style. It's not the game type that I play, and the audience would just not take to it. So I can't do it. The only type of Minecraft that could maybe work would be some sort of modded Minecraft, like Feed the Beast, which is similar to Factorio, or there's other types of Minecraft too. Like there was one I read about where like you can create. It's like Crusader Kings 2, where you've got regions and you've got like fealty and kings and queens and whatever, and you can attack people and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe someday. The only other way that I thought that I might be able to like eke my way into that market would be if I were to do a once a week multiplayer stream with random like subscribers, and then just like have a server and like build it up over time. And if people like it, then I could kind of work my way into it more. But I don't know. I'm very happy with the games that I'm playing now. I'm just answering the question. Okay, next question. Mars bars or Snickers? I like Snickers. I especially like the ice cream Snickers. Those things are awesome. I remember when I was in the insurance business, sometimes I used to eat terrible food because it was one of the ways that I would console myself, either for a failed sale, if I was running an appointment and I wasn't able to sell, or it would be the way that I would reward myself for a successful sale because I liked it. So I have an excuse to either way. But I would go to the store, I'd get a Mountain Dew, I would get Snickers ice cream bar, and I would get barbecue Pringles, because those things are awesome, all 3 of them. And clearly, when you combine 3 things that are awesome together, they're just even more awesome. It's not gross at all. They're fantastic. They're really good. So, what was your favorite EU4 campaign you played for YouTube? Favorite EU4 campaign? That is a good question. I had a lot of fun with the Najdi Jihad, simply because I knew exactly what I was trying to do. I like campaigns where I have a defined goal. Because like when you're playing the game and like there's like 300 years left and you have no defined goal and you're just thinking, well, I just have to play this game for 300 years. It's not, what, the face needs to be centered? Here, I'll move over for you. Is that better? You really need to relax. Calm down. I'm the one that's freaking out here. You shouldn't freak out. So, like Luck of the Irish was really fun then, too, because of the same reason. Because, like, I had a defined goal. The next question is, why are you such a sexy motherfucker? I don't know how you could ask that question before you'd seen me, but I don't know. How old are you? I'm 29. I'll be turning 30 on February 15th. The big 3-0. So that'll be something. I'll be in Switzerland, or I'll be in Sweden on my birthday. I'll actually be in both places. I'll be in Sweden on the morning of my birthday, and I'll be back home by the evening. So I'll be able to have the best of both worlds. Paradox Con happens in February, and what did you guys ask us? You put swear words in the questions just so you could hear me swear. That's pretty dastardly. That is a dastardly plan. That's my plan, is to, go to Sweden. I'm just reading. I'm not swearing. It's different. If you read a question, it's different than swearing yourself. How old are you? Okay, so we already answered them. Where did you grow up? I don't want to name the specific city simply because it just doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. But I grew up in Michigan, in northern Michigan, and it's probably one of the safest places on the planet, in my opinion. Very, very good place to grow up. No crime, no real problems at all. Really solid education there. And then we moved to Florida. We might move back. I don't know. I kind of feel like the move to Florida was necessary, just based on where we were at in our lives. We needed a way to get out of the insurance business, and that was really the best way. And we might touch on that a little bit further if some of these questions are more specific to work in the past and all that, but it was... Do you think you are American Total Biscuit? No. He has a completely different type of content style. He's also got a radio background. He's more of a radio host than anything. He's got a great voice for it, too. What was your first game that you played? Well, probably... Well, since I'm going to be 30 soon, and I remember some of the first games I played on my computer. If we're talking about computers, which is the way I took the question, the first game I played would be like Sim Farm, Sim Ant, Sim City. I loved Sim Ant. That game was so fun. I used to love hacking. There was a command you could take, and you could take over the spider. I love playing as a spider, killing the ants. So that was fun. Have you been in Nam with Sark? I have no idea what that means, so we're going to skip it. Pepsi or Coke? I like Pepsi. Pepsi is the company that makes Mountain Dew. And I also don't really like Coke too much because I did drink a bit in college, and I used to drink rum and Coke. And for some reason, if you drink enough of one thing, then it makes it kind of taste that way all the time. And so Coke just reminds me of liquor, and I don't like Coke. But Pepsi's different. I never mixed Pepsi and rum. How did you learn how to play Paradox games? Well, the very first Paradox game I ever played was Crusader Kings 2. I don't even remember why I bought it. It just looked cool. And so I bought Crusader Kings 2, and then I started playing it, and I played it for maybe a whole year, before I even made a video on YouTube. And hopefully Quill won't take this the wrong way, because he and I work well together, and I have a lot of respect for him, but I'm just being honest and telling the truth here. One of the main motivations that I had to start recording Crusader Kings 2 videos was that I watched his Crusader Kings 2 series, and he didn't get deep enough into the game to be very good at it. And, that time he had like 30,000 subscribers. And that was before his SimCity 5 boon, where he went from 30 to 70. I remember my competitors, their numbers pretty well, and I compared myself and competed with Quill for a long time before we started collaborating. So But I remember thinking to myself, I'm better than he is. I could play Crusader Kings 2 better than he does. And so, then it's one of the reasons I started making videos about Crusader Kings 2. I thought that I could show people how to play it with better strategy and more depth, more detail. So, okay. When will you start to stream with Facecam? Today. It's a good question, but it's today. It's right now. We're doing that right now. Want to branch out to any other game? We already covered that. What is the all-time favorite video or Let's Play series that you have ever done? All-time favorite video or Let's Play series? I don't know. I mean, that's there's so many. I mean, I played. There's like 5,000 videos on YouTube now. Which series was the most fun? I had the very first time when EU4 came out, I had a lot of fun with Portugal. What does my t-shirt say? It's a good question. It says, right here, Wood Ravage, family line again. This is a Paradox shirt they sent me. I don't know, it says like different family members and they've all been murdered. So Paradox sent me some stuff because they like me now, even though I critique their game and tell them that it could be better. It's related to the Charlemagne expansion. It's pretty cool. They sent me an EU4 one as well. Favorite pizza? All pizza. I love pizza. Pizza is one of the things that I never get sick of. I particularly like Jet's pizza because of the crust, and I also really like to eat what's it called? Hungry Howie's has really good pizza. Pretty cool. Could you make a tutorial on your video compressions, rendering settings, etc.? I could, but I think it's easier to just link you to Quill18's video. He did 3 videos on how to encode videos for YouTube, and that's what I mean, again, when I was very, very new to YouTube, I didn't know what to do, so I watched other people and I followed their advice, and he made a video series on it, and I stole his information, and that's what I did. So, what's your favorite country in EU4? I'm a big fan of Prussia, after playing with all that high discipline, but I don't know. I haven't played it too much. How do you like your coffee? That's an interesting question. I don't like coffee. In fact, I really dislike coffee, but I drank a lot of coffee. You see, in the insurance business, one of the things that you would do is whenever you went into a house to sell insurance to somebody, you would always accept coffee or water if they offered it. So if they said, would you like a cup of coffee? You'd say, absolutely. And how do you take it? Black. And so why would you do that? Number one reason is you always say yes because you wanted to set up a relationship with a client that was ask and answer, acceptance and offer and acceptance. And so when they would offer you coffee, you would say yes. When you would offer them insurance, they would say yes. If you were to do it the other way around, where you'd actually say no to their coffee offer, then it just kind of mentally, it makes it easier for them to say no when you offer insurance. So you'd always say yes to coffee, even if you don't like coffee. But why is it that you would, if you don't like the coffee, you would never take on anything, like any cream or sugar, because that's just more work for the client, and it just distracts them from the purpose at hand, which was to sell insurance. So yes, I drank coffee, I would eat black coffee, I was very good in the insurance business, but I hated coffee. I'd always drink at least half the cup, that way they couldn't think that I didn't like it, but I would never drink the whole thing because I hated coffee. Anyway. Okay, do you like Mountain Dew? Cheers. Yes. Yes, I do. I like Mountain Dew quite a bit. Man, it's only been 20 minutes. This is going to be a long stream. Are you happy with your life? Very, yeah. Yeah, it's a really sweet gig. It really is. Like right now, things are going pretty darn well. My wife is a stay-at-home mom. We have 3 kids. We're comfortable. We are making pretty good money, and it in theory should only get better. So if it continues to go the way that it has, I don't want to get myself too excited about it, because I just have this fear in the back of my mind that it won't be as good as I expect it will be. And it's better to temper my expectations so that if it doesn't work out, that I won't be too disappointed. But that all being said, Nochi, hey, you're back. You're no longer dead. It's good. I remember I asked you on Skype, did you died? And you didn't respond. It's apparently all it takes is a face cam to bring you back from the dead. But yeah, as I was saying, like I do have a fear that it won't be as good as it seems like it will be. What headphones are these? They're called Razer Chimera. I'm gonna take them off, but you gotta just understand. I wear these all the time, and so when I wear them, they like mat my hair down a little bit, and I don't look very good. I have no hair on my head. I'm bald, okay? But yeah. Yeah, I'm a bald guy. So these are Razer Chimera. They're actually an Xbox set of headphones, but they work perfectly well via USB on the computer. And they're good. They're Dolby Digital 5.1 surround. They are wireless headset. They are pretty good. I like them. But I'm actually getting some new ones for Christmas. I'm hoping to, at least. Doing that thing where you ask your wife for something for Christmas and you pretend like you're not sure if she's going to get it for you or not, but you're definitely going to get it. So I know what I'm getting for Christmas. I'm getting a, what are they called? Audio-Technica 50X, I think they are. They're a wired headset. I really like the fact that these are wireless. The problem is that I have to change the batteries every day because I work for like 8 to 9 hours a day. And it doesn't matter which pair of rechargeable AAA batteries I have, they will always go dead after 4 or 5 hours of constant use. So having a wired headset will be good. Assuming that the Audio-Technica 50X or whatever they're called are going to be as comfortable as these, then I'm going to definitely upgrade and use those. Otherwise, I'm going to probably go back to using these. Is my wife watching the stream? No, but I imagine she'll probably watch part of it. She normally doesn't get too involved with what I do, but we'll see. So, are you happy with your life? This is one that we just answered. Is YouTube your only job? Yes, it is. It is. Well, yes and no, actually. You see, being an internet content creator would be probably the best description of my job. Is not just YouTube, right? So when you say, is YouTube your only job? Yes, it is. It's what I do. I make videos, I put them on YouTube. But income from this career comes from a number of different sources. It's not just YouTube. You've got direct ad revenue from YouTube, which is the lion's share of your income, but you've also got things like Twitch. You get Twitch ads. If you're streaming quite often, you'll get some income from Twitch. You've got Twitch subscribers, which I missed one a moment ago. People who subscribe directly through Twitch for added benefits and because they want to support you. You've got your websites too, that you have people basically you're getting a commission from some of the things that they're doing. So like when people purchase games using the Game Fan Shop link that I have, then I get a very small commission from that. There's a discount that I put on it, so I make very little off of that, but it's still some. I mean, altogether, there's about 6 or 7 different sources of income. So, yes, YouTube is my only job, but it's more than just YouTube. Mentioned by Mathis, shit, you're right. What are you guys this all about? I gotta see, they're talking about me. Northern Lion and Mathis are talking about me. I don't know how I feel about that. It's confirmed, Aruba 07 is just Northern Lion LP in disguise. That's what Mathis says. No, notice Arumba has a goatee. He's obviously Northern Lion's evil twin. This is true. Austin Ryan V2 has subscribed. Cool. Okay, let's get back to the questions. Are you a dog man? It's a good question. When I was young, we had Great Danes, which, if you're not familiar with big dogs, Great Dane is essentially the second largest dog in the world behind English Mastiffs. They're very, very big. We're talking like 120 to 180 pound dogs. And that was just what I grew up with. We always had Great Danes. We always had at least 2. They don't live very long. They only live about 7 or 8 years, usually. They have health problems because they're so big, and Great Danes are interesting. They actually have this, I can't remember what the name for it is, but there's this thing in your stomach, right? It's called like this, I don't remember the scientific term for it, but there's this like bag, basically, that all your organs are in. And it keeps your organs kind of where they're supposed to go. And for whatever reason, Great Danes don't have that bag. Their organs can kind of move around a little bit more than normal. And what happens with Great Danes is that when they're running, what can happen is their stomach flips over, and then it gets twisted, and then they can kill them. And so we had to, with multiple of our dogs, we had to get their stomach stapled to the bottom of their chest cavity. But anyway, it has nothing to do with really being a dog man. We're just talking, answering questions, so that's fine. But all that being said, I don't really like dogs. I like cats. I really like cats. We had cats as well. We usually have 2 dogs and 2 or 3 cats, and I like cats. Dogs would always get up in your face. Great Danes were freaking huge, and they would eat everything. They would get up on the table. They would always be on the couch and the bed, and they were cats. I just like cats better. So yeah, I'm more of a cat guy. That being said, I haven't had a cat in about 10 years, so How did you end up with your name? Well, see, this is what's funny. It's been a half hour, and we're on question number like 12. Or no, 24. 24 questions in 30 minutes. So at this rate, we'll be able to do like 150 questions out of 2,500. Let's check and see if there's moderator submitted questions. Yes, there are. Okay. We'll kind of mix those in as we go. How did I end up with my name? When I was like 10 or 11, I met my best friend. His name is Benjamin. And we were dorks, and we played StarCraft and Warcraft. Those were the 2 main games that we played. We play Warcraft 2, and I remember it was so exciting when we first started playing multiplayer Warcraft 2. We were able to get the modem connection working, you know? You guys remember doing that, where you like be on the modem, and then like somebody would call the house, you get disconnected, and you'd be like, God damn it, I want to play Warcraft. And he's like, Mom, don't pick up. You'd just be trying to play Warcraft over the phone. And anyway, but that was when I met my best friend, and we've been best friends ever since. I haven't seen him too often in the last few years, but he and I have the type of relationship where we can go a day or a month or a year and not talk to each other, and the next time we see each other, we just pick up right where we left off. It's like nothing has happened. And I have every confidence that he's going to probably be my best friend for my entire life. And that even when we're 80 years old, we'll be just picking it up right where we left off. So anyway, when we were playing, we first started playing on Battle.net, and you had to create an alias, a login. And I don't know, I just wrote Aruba. I just wrote it. And it had nothing to do with that one song, you know, Aruba, Jamaica. And it's not Aruba, it's Aruba. That one song, Aruba, how's it go? Aruba, Bahama, Come On Pretty Mama, Montego, something, whatever. I don't know that song, but it had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with the damn robot, because the robot didn't exist. There was no Roomba when I made my name. And, yeah. And so that was just when I made it up. He picked up his own name. He was making fun of me. He called himself Arshkabarf, because he thought it was funny. He's like, oh, you're a Roomba? Well, I'm Arshkabarf. We were like 10, okay? That was his sense of humor. It was a good sense of humor. He still has a great sense of humor. What is your favorite color? I like blue. Blue's a cool color. I like green. I wear a lot of blue. Blue and green look good on me. Or rather, I don't look bad in blue and green. So, that's that. Are you going to destroy Northern Lion in your multiplayer series? No, actually. I'm being really kind to him. I've actually left him alone for like 2 weeks because I felt kind of guilty for beating the crap out of him. But if it were a computer, I would have annihilated him with no withholding. I would have just beaten the crap out of him. Who is your favorite Swede, and what do you know about Sweden? I've never been to Sweden. Who's my favorite Swede? I don't know. I guess the people that work at Paradox, because I know they're in Stockholm. If I haven't mentioned it already, I'm very excited to go see them. They've invited me this year to ParadoxCon, so I get to go check that out in February. And I'm very, very much looking forward to meeting all of them. Every one of the people that makes the games that I basically make a living playing. So, very exciting to meet them. What is your fish concentration? Really? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What was the most fun E4? We already did that one. How long is it? No, we're not going to answer that question. Will or have you ever played through CK2 EU4 to Victoria 2? So like talking about a grand campaign, right? Where you start off with the oldest play date, like 700, whatever it is now, in Charlemagne expansion for CK2, and then you play through each of the next ones. No, I probably won't, because Crusader Kings 2 it's too easy. It's really too easy. I can play Crusader Kings. I can conquer the entire world in less than 100 years. So I remember when Europa Universalis 4 first came out, I did do a conversion campaign where I took the entire map and imported it into EU4, and then we played for like a video, and it was just too easy. You start off controlling all of Europe, parts of Africa, like it's just too easy. So, what gets you motivated to do more videos? Well, at this point, I quit the insurance industry. I quit the insurance industry to focus solely on making YouTube videos and being an internet content creator. So what makes me motivated to do my job? Well, the necessity to do my job, for the most part. It's my job. I have to make videos. But at the same time, I enjoy it. It's not really hard to find motivation to play video games. I need to figure out what I think might be interesting for people to watch. I need to try to stay up on new titles. That's one of the things that I'm not very good at is paying attention to what games are coming out. Like Quill18 does a fantastic job at always releasing a video of a new game like the second it comes out. He always knows when a game is coming out, and he's just on it all the time. Communist numbs. Arumba just read my tweet on stream to 4,300 people. I am unreasonably happy about this. So, that's funny. Alright, Arumba, will you please show the world how Serbia is so powerful? I don't know that Serbia is a country I will probably play. There's too many countries to play, too many people to conquer and play as, and I don't know. When will you show your ugly face? So ugly we couldn't see in 6 years. I don't know what that's referring to. I've only been making YouTube videos for a year and a half. I guess they're probably referencing the Arumba 07. The Arumba 07. I created my YouTube account in 2007, and I just added the 07 because some bastard stole my name. Someone took Arumba. And actually, this is a big deal to me in the beginning. I remember when I first started my channel, it's this dude in Romania who hadn't done anything. He never used this channel for like 6 years, and I started making YouTube videos, and I'm Arumba 07 because some bastard in Romania took Arumba. And there was a form back then that YouTube would use that would allow you to try to like take over an unused account. And I submitted it like 4 times, like, hey, this guy doesn't use his account, let me be Arumba, just Arumba. And then they said no, and then they took the feature away. They stopped letting you do it. And so the problem was that by that time I had already gotten like, I don't know, a couple thousand subscribers, and I was like, well, if I did become another channel, then I'd lose some of the momentum that I've had. And then I was able to get my network and YouTube to work together and do a redirect. So if you go to http:/youtube.com/Arumba, it goes to my channel. You don't even need the 07. And everything on the internet now, if you just type Arumba, it'll go to me. It doesn't matter if the 07's on there or not. So I don't really care about the 07, but long story short, the 07, it just was a number because somebody stole my name. And there's some dude in Romania, jerk. And he didn't know any better. I don't know why, I don't know what it means in Romanian, but for some reason somebody in Romania took my name. Alright. How much time did you take to understand properly all the mechanics in EU4, especially the ones that are not meant on the tooltip? I assume not mentioned, maybe? I wouldn't say that I fully understand everything. There's still more to learn. I'm not to that point with Europa Universalis 4 that I feel like I got to in CK2. With Crusader Kings 2, I got to the point where it was just like, okay, there's nothing else to do, nothing else to learn, and I was just bored. So, I'm not to that point in EU4. I'm supposed to be checking Skype for someone. Changed your title back to what it was. Someone changed it. Something that's unacceptable. What is this stream title right now? Yeah, there's only one person that's able to change it, and that's Snarfendorf. Snarfendorf, what'd you do? You messing with things? I think he's the only one. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not... That isn't acceptable. Alright, come on guys. Especially moderators, you're supposed to be held to a higher standard. Alright, is it correct now? Okay. What if your favorite country region, what is your favorite country region to play as in EU4? Unfortunately, it's Western nations. Western nation countries are just too much, they're just too strong compared to every other technology group. So it's a lot more fun, I think, to play as those. Do you like bananas? I do. Yeah. Bananas are pretty good. They're fine. My son eats a lot of them. Sebastian. Damn, is it hot in here. I need to turn the AC up even more. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I never turned off the thing. This is the largest stream that I've ever had. We're up to 4,500 people nearly. That's pretty insane. You people are nuts to be here just to see me answer questions about bananas. What is your fish expectancy? So, are you a dog or what? What should the next EU4 expansion be about? Well, in general, I think anytime they can make peace more fun, that would be good. I think that Europa Universalis 4 has come a long way since it first came out, and I think that I think Paradox has a pretty good vision. I really like Wiz. I think he's been doing a really, really good job since he took over as the project lead for EU4, and his vision for what the game should be is very much in line with what I would like it to be, and I think as well what most players want it to be. So I'm very happy with the direction that EU4 is going in. Which isn't to say that in the past it wasn't good. Alright, I don't want to burn any bridges here and upset anybody at Paradox. I'm just saying I think that the current direction the game's going is really good. And that's good for everyone involved. Chocolate or vanilla? It depends. I like chocolate for most things, but I really like the way that vanilla smells. So if you're talking about I actually have a vanilla candle. Right here. Vanilla candle. Got it yesterday. From IKEA. Oh, I almost just poured hot wax on myself. That would have been stupid. No, Wiz was not always the leader. Wiz was a mod maker on Paradox. He was a moderator, or not a moderator. He was a mod maker who got hired by Paradox because of his amazing work. And then he started off working on making the AI better, and then he ended up becoming the project lead. He was not always the project leader for EU4. What is your hat concentration? Great question. What is your favorite game to play? Favorite game to play? This is it. Okay, I play so much Dota. I have like thousands and thousands of games of Dota played, and it's the game. I love playing it, but I hate that game. Every time I play Dota, I find myself thinking like, I hate this game. Why am I playing this game? I hate this game. But I love the game. I play. It's one of those games like if you win, you love it. It's just so much like drugs. I love it. But then when you lose, I hate it. I just hate it. Makes me rage. Makes me so mad. What is your wife's name? Her name is Marcela. She is from Colombia. She's awesome. Can I play with you sometime? Unfortunately, no. Not because you're not a cool person. I'm sure you are. It's just that there are too many people at this point. We're talking about 100,000 subscribers. There's just... I mean, every day I have to ignore all friend requests on Steam because otherwise I can't function on Steam. Paradox, if you're listening to this part, I sure hope that you'll maybe make it possible to do multiplayer EU4 without being online on Steam, because it happens pretty much every time. As soon as I log on to play Europa Universalis 4 with anybody, like Northern Lion, Mathis, and Quill, it puts me in online mode, and then I just get a flood of stuff that I can't deal with, and there's no way to disable it. If you want to play multiplayer, you got to be online, and if you're online, people can send you messages, and they can friend request you, and all kinds of stuff. In the past, I accepted every friend request, but then I hit the friend limit, and then I'd still get friend requests. And so it's like I had 300 or 400 people, or whatever the number was that was the maximum, as friends that I never played with, never did anything with, and it just felt silly. So it's just not really the right place. Nochi wants me to bring up the transhumanism discourse, explain my feelings, and show the world how insightful I am. I know we had a nice long discussion about that together in the past, but that's really not the time or place. Transhumanism's awesome, but I don't really think that's... people are far more interested in what my hat concentration is. Will there be, or are there any plans to do a Charlemagne Crusader Kings 2 playthrough with me, Northern Lion, Mathis, and Quill? Maybe. Probably not. I know that... I feel like Northern Lion in particular is the most against it, because he really doesn't like it when there's connection issues, and Crusader Kings 2 is just not very... It's not nearly as stable as EU4. We had some serious issues with internet connection stability and all that stuff. So one of the questions, this is funny. Will you ever do a face cam? So you're telling me that somebody submitted a question to the 100,000 subscriber Ask Me Anything webcam with stream form, asking if I would ever use a webcam. Yes. It's brilliant. Will you be doing any more CK2 in the future? Yes. I plan on achieving some of the achievements. I want to do... There's two in particular that come to mind. I want to do the Mongol Horde, where you start off in like 1337 or whatever it was, and you conquer like all of Europe. Yes, do blame NL. The chat's going live with pound blame NL for why we're not playing CK2. And also pound blame NL for why we're not playing Factorio. Oh, a game stream. Okay, maybe I read the question wrong. Will you ever do a face cam? No, probably. I mean, it's not really. I don't play horror games. I'm not. What's his name? Who's the name of the guy with the biggest channel in the world? Guy that squeals and screams all the time. I can't remember his name. Doesn't matter. But I don't know. It's not really my style. So. When Victoria 3 is released, are you planning on playing it as much as you play EU4 now? Yes, definitely. But be aware that as of right now, Victoria 3 is not even in development, according to Paradox. They haven't started on it, which is a mistake, in my opinion. I think Victoria 3 would be as big of a hit for them as EU4 and CK2 were if they gave it an overhaul and they did some really good work with making the interface better. I think it'd be a huge hit. How old are you? I think we covered that. I'm 30, or will be 30 in February. I'm 29 right now. What is your real name? Jonathan. I'm not going to share my last name simply because the reality is that people can find me if they want to. It's already been done. There's been a couple people in the past who've said, this is who you are, and here's how I found out. And I will say that the people who have approached me with the information have been very kind of conscientious of privacy. And they've only been mentioning it to me to protect me. They've been saying, like, here's how I found out who you are, and you should probably fix it. And that's been really beneficial, because up until now, I've never even shown my face before. And there's always the concern of anonymity and being able to have safety and security for your family and your children. I don't believe that I've made any enemies or anything, but you just never know. So I'd rather not have every piece of information about me out there, but then again, yeah, I don't understand it. Like, it's different for me, I guess, but maybe it's because I have kids that I feel defensive. But like, I know Northern Lion, I'm not going to share his name right now, but if you look it up, you can find it. His whole name is available. I'm sure if you wanted to, I could find his address. I could probably drive to his house. That's weird to me. It's kind of weird to me. But oh, hey, Rhinoceros Maximus has just mentioned that we are in the top 25 streamers at the moment. Wow. Cool. 4,400 people. That's crazy. Will you tone down the number of EU4 series and try CK2 again anytime soon? Yes. I'll admit, I'm kind of in a rut right now. You know, I'm playing my 2 EU4 campaigns, I'm playing my 2 Factorio campaigns, I'm playing the multiplayer EU4 campaign, and I just haven't started in anything new, anything interesting recently, and I need to focus on that. I need to get back to spending more time planning. I'm drinking Mountain Dew. Thinking about what I need to play. At the very least, one thing I am happy about is I am back to my schedule. You know, like, I'm ahead of schedule enough that there's a specific video going out in every slot, and it's not random. There's a very fixed order that the videos are coming out in, and that's how I like it to be. How many of these questions are ridiculous? Well, based on what we've seen so far, I'd say probably about 25%. Will you play Hearts of Iron 3 before Hearts of Iron 4 comes out? Yes. I will say Hearts of Iron 3 has a horrendous interface, and it has a terrible tutorial, and I sure hope Hearts of Iron 4 is more like EU4 and CK2, but, I don't know. I'll play it. I don't have high hopes for how well the campaign will do, but... Did you have any goals or plans when starting the channel? Okay, well, this seems like a good enough place as any to actually go into some pretty personal information about how what made me leave the insurance business, okay? So, where to start? I gotta decide exactly how far back we go. This might be a long question. Alright, so in the insurance business, I had this thing we would have, it was called our personal prestige. We had a personal prestige and a professional prestige. Right? Your professional prestige was like the things that you would say about yourself to give yourself credentials and make the client know that you are professional, that you were really good at what you did. Your personal prestige was designed to connect them to you on an emotional level. And so I still have it memorized, of course. I was in the insurance business for 6 years. In my personal prestige, I shared quite a bit with the potential client with like how I came to be in the insurance business and everything like that. So, all right, so I was 20, right, when my dad died. And I had graduated. I went to the University of Michigan for engineering school. And when I got done with engineering school, I decided I don't want to be an engineer. Basically, I went to engineering school because my parents said, you should go to engineering school. They said, you're good at math, you're good at science, you should be an engineer. And I said, okay, Mom, okay, Dad, I'm going to go be an engineer. And I did it, again, just because they said I should. But I had no interest in it. My heart wasn't in it. I didn't want to do it. I really kind of wasted a lot of time and money going there. And really the most disheartening thing for me about engineering is that in my mind, you work for this huge company, whichever company it is, doesn't even matter. But you go and you work for this big engineering company, and you might have these fantastic ideas, and you would get these ideas, you'd put them together, you'd make something cool, and then the company would pat you on the back, say, hey, good job, Jonathan, that's great work. Here's your Christmas turkey and a $500 bonus. We're going to go make millions on your idea. No, not you. You won't make millions. We will. So you have this relationship where the ideas aren't yours because you work for a company that takes them from you. And I just didn't like the idea of that. That was one of the main reasons why I didn't do the insurance business, or didn't do the engineering business. So I went back to what I could, you know, like I had just gotten done with college. I didn't know where to go. I just said, I got to get a job. So I'm going to go back and work at a restaurant because I worked there when I was like 15 and I needed to make some money. And I was a dishwasher and then a busser there when I was 15. And they said, sure, we'll hire you. They hired me on the spot and I became a server. You know, I worked as a restaurant server. And I think most people at some point in their lives have been a server. It's not a very very prestigious job. But the good thing about it was that I got very good at it. And I learned very quickly that the better you are at talking to people and making them like you and upselling and all that stuff, the more money you'd make. The problem with being in the restaurant business is that you barely make any money at all in the winter, and all of your money is made during the summer, and there's a limit to the amount of people that you can actually make. Or, sorry, limit to the amount of people you can serve. You can only serve a certain number of people per day, so you'd only make a certain amount of money. And there's no matter what you do, you can never really get them to tip more than 20 or 25%. So you'd eventually run into a cap, and no matter how good you got, you could only make a certain amount of money in the serving business. So then I became a restaurant manager. I said, fine, well, I'm not going to be a restaurant server, I'll just become one of the managers there. I became a manager in training, became a manager, worked my ass off for them, and they laid me off in the winter because it was the winter in the restaurant business in northern Michigan. Sucks. Very high tourist business. So summers were great, but winters they couldn't do. This guy has 100,000 subscribers? Darky Dark Magic says. Yes, I do. For some reason. 100,000 crazy people. So this, again, I was still answering the question about, did I have any goals or plans when starting the channel, right? This is all about that question. So I got out of the restaurant business, and then I basically lost my dad. My dad died then. I was 20. And I needed to make more money. I got married. We had my son, Nicholas, and I needed to make a lot of money because my wife was a stay-at-home mom, and I needed to make a lot of money. This is what it came down to. And I had to find something that I could do right away, and there was an advertisement in the newspaper for taking over the insurance business. Turns out that advertisement was bullshit, and that they run it every week. And they weren't actually going to have you take over their insurance business for them. They wanted to train you to be a new insurance agent. But I got into the insurance business, and it took me all of about a year to get really good at it. Started making really good money. And then we come to the final conclusion, like, why did I start making YouTube videos, and like, what were my plans when we started out? So how I got out of the insurance business. All right. So I was what was called a PHC, President's Honor Circle agent. I was top 1% agent in the country. I wrote more business than 99% of the agents in the company. We left the business. We as a group left that office. We left the company. And we opened up our own company. And we were going to negotiate directly with the insurance companies, the carriers as they're called, and negotiate better splits and do all that. And long story short, I guess I don't want to spend too much time on it, but long story short, all you really need to know is that I was really, really good at what I did. I was really good. I mean, I'm not trying to be arrogant. It's just a fact. I wrote a shit ton of business, and I was a closer. I was one of the people that would go, and agents would drum up business, they'd find opportunities, and I would close them. I would make them happen. I had about a 90% closing ratio on pre-prepared appointments, which is really, really high. And the reason for it was because I was very scripted. I was very good at taking the system and making it so that it was the exact same way every time. Right? Like when I say things like, oh, you don't want to wear cologne because there's a chance that it might make them not like you. Like, I knew everything. I knew everything there was to know about like how to make people like me as a person for that 2-hour appointment. And then after that, still feel good about the decisions that they had made. And then I would very rarely need to see them again, because they felt confident in everything that we did. So, in the insurance business, you have tiers to the industry, right? You've got the lowest level, which would just be your agents, and then you've got people who are above them who make a cut. It's kind of like a pyramid, but not a pyramid scheme. Don't think pyramid scheme. Just think of, what's the term for it? It's a, multi-layer organization is the term for it. It's not the same thing as a pyramid scheme. It just means that there's people who are above you who make a cut on what you make. Kind of like how YouTube works. So, in order to move up in the insurance business, I ran into the same hurdle that I had found in the restaurant business. I had actually gotten to the point where there was no way I could make more money. I was making, I don't mind sharing, because it's an ask me almost anything type thing, but I was making between like $150,000 and $180,000 a year, and it was good, but if you wanted to make more than that in the insurance business, you had to become a manager and have multiple agents below you doing the same thing that I was doing. And I couldn't see more people. I was already seeing as many people as I possibly could. So, of course, I'm ambitious. I wanted more, and I tried to become a manager. It turns out that the people that I was working for are a bit dishonest and kind of assholes. And I would say I bled for them for years to try to move up the ranks, and it all came down to the January 2nd, 2012. We had just gotten back from Christmas vacation. We had just gotten back from New Year's. I remember I walked into the office, and so picture this. I had trained, of the management staff, I had personally trained 60 to 70% of the managers. Almost every one of the managers that worked for the company, they were I trained them. And because I was one of the founding people that came with the managers from the company we worked at before, I was supposed to be like higher than all the other people, all the other managers, right? In theory, I'm one of the founders of this new branch. And you would assume that meant something, but it didn't. And my bosses got it in their head that they needed to motivate me somehow. And in their opinion, I was still a young kid that they could just bully and beat around and do whatever they wanted to. And they said, you're not doing enough, you're not training enough, you're not selling enough, like everything's wrong, you're terrible, you're just, you need to do more. And so what we're going to do is we're going to give your office to this other guy. Guess who this other guy was? He was one of the guys I trained. We're going to give my office away to the guy that I trained. I'm just going to take my office, and we're going to have you go work out in the bullpen with all the other agents. And so I don't swear, right? I don't swear often. But that was fucking bullshit. So I said, okay. Normally, I would argue, right? Normally, I would have tried to make arguments against it. I would try to put myself back where it should have been. But I just said, okay. Sure. All right. And I know that their response was like, why aren't you arguing about this? But I just said, okay. And then when we were done with the meeting, I left. I just walked out of the building, and I went and I met with a family friend who was also in the insurance business, and I just asked her, she'd been in the business for like 30 years, and I just asked her, like, what are your thoughts on being in the business, and like, do I need to work with these people? Can I just do it on my own? What should I do? And she just gave me support and said, that's ridiculous. You don't need to work under those circumstances. And so then I came back, and I just walked into the room and said, all right, I'm done. I wasn't mad. Wasn't angry with them, because they are who they are. And they were going to do that for my entire career. It would always be that way to me. They would have always treated me that way. And so I just said, I'm done. And I packed up all my stuff and left. And then I told my wife. She didn't know. She had no idea. I was just going to like, oh, it's January 2nd. Let's just quit. Let's just quit the 6-year career. Be done with it. And that was about the time that my wife said, we should move to Florida, which was nowhere near nothing. It was not in my plans at all. She had never said like, hey, we're going to move to Florida. She just said, well, now we can move to Florida. Because like apparently she had wanted to move to Florida for years, but she couldn't because I was really in bed with this company. Like I had to be there with them. I couldn't just leave. So that's why we moved to Florida. It's because we could. And it kind of worked out. The plan was that I was going to move to Florida. I was going to move to another branch of the company that I was with, and I was going to work with them. But when I got down here, the reality is that you have to start over. You have to start over from the bottom. Your accomplishments, your accolades, like your achievements in one branch or one location mean nothing. They mean nothing anywhere else. So when I got down here, they wanted me to start fresh. They wanted me to become, Medicare supplement salesman. They wanted me to go around and sell dozens of these stupid little policies that are stupid and easy. And I couldn't set it up. I couldn't set up the system the way they had it up, the way that I had it up north, where I had 10 or 20 agents bringing me statements from clients, and I was just going out and closing their money and making them move all their money around. Because that's what I did. I mean, when I say I was in the insurance business, I wasn't just insurance. I had my Series 7. I was a stock advisor. I could work with stocks, bonds, mutual funds. I could work with any type of investment vehicle out there. I had all the licenses necessary, and it's pretty damn good at it. So why Florida? Well, my wife being from South America, she's from Colombia, she wanted to be closer to family, and there's a lot of Spanish down here, and it's warmer, and she didn't like how it was cold up north, so she wanted to move to Florida. Now that we're down here, she's not so sure she likes Florida. Of course. You know, that's what women do. Grass is always greener. You sound kind of stupid, to be honest. I know people who would kill for a job that paid $150K. Well, the thing is that when you can make that money, you can make that money anywhere. It wasn't because I just lucked into some job where they just happened to pay me a salary of $150K. They paid me that much because that's what I was worth. That's what I worked for. In the insurance business, you get paid exactly what you're worth. So, if you're a terrible agent, if you're a terrible prospector, then you don't make very much money. If you're good, then you make a lot. 80% of the money is made by 20% of the people in the insurance business. So, anyway, back to the question that got this whole process started. Did you have any goals or plans when starting the channel? No, I didn't, actually. I thought Quill 18 could have played Crusader Kings 2 a little bit better, and so I was like, well, I'm going to put up a few videos about it and just show people how to play CK2 the right way. And it was about a week into uploading videos that YouTube started bugging me about enabling monetization. And I figured, well, okay, why not? I mean, whatever. Not a big deal. And so I did. And I remember the very first day after I had enabled monetization, I made 26 cents in a whole day. YouTube found it in their good graces to pay me 26 cents for the videos that I had made. And most people would probably have said, that's not very much money. I said, holy crap, there's an opportunity here. This is good. There's a way to make money doing this. Because if I can make 26 cents off of nothing, like no real amount of work yet, just imagine if I put effort into this. And remember, I came from the insurance business, which is entrepreneurial. It's where you make your own paycheck. You prospect, you close, you present, you study, you do everything by yourself. The more work you put in, the more money you get out. And I thought, okay, if I could do it with insurance. I walked into the insurance business with no experience in insurance at all. And I looked at YouTube the same way. Just said, if it's, I know for a fact there are people out there who are making a living doing it. I am very confident in myself. I would say I'm better than most people at most things. So if other people are doing it, logically I can do it. And I can probably do it better than most people who are doing it. So I started to strategize, started to think to myself, like, how do you turn it into a career? And that's one of the reasons why I started to upload videos on a fixed schedule. That's why I started to do time slots. I figured, okay, in the insurance business, consistency is one of the most important features of what you do. You know, in the office, I mean, in the beginning, I don't do it too often anymore, but in the beginning, I compared everything about YouTube to the insurance business. Absolutely everything. Like, in the very beginning, I would think, okay, in the insurance business, you had to make 50 phone calls, 50 contacts every office day. You had to talk to 50 different people. And if you contacted 50 different people, you'd get 8 appointments. And if you ran 8 appointments, you'd make 2 or 3 sales. And if you made 2 or 3 sales, then you'd make X number of dollars, depending on the products you're selling. And if you did that, week in, week out, that's how you make a living. Like, you had to have it planned, right? So I figured, well, I don't want to make this luck-based. I don't want to make it chance-based. I want to make it consistent. So how do I make YouTube income consistent? Well, you have to release videos consistently. You know, there's a lot of channels out there. And again, I'm not trying to to attack anybody or anything. I'm just my opinion. Like, when I started, I compared myself to Quill, and I said, Quill doesn't release videos consistently. He releases a lot of good videos, and I think that they're really good, but he's all over the place. Sometimes he'll release 10 videos in one day, parts 1 through 10, all out, same time, just like that. I thought, that's not very good. It'd be better to be consistent. It'd be better to be paced in a way that people can grow to expect. You know, like I've watched the same. I watched Naruto. I watched a little bit of anime. It's the only anime that I watch right now. I watch Naruto every single Thursday because every single Thursday there's an episode of Naruto. And just without fail, if it's a Thursday, I think to myself, it's Thursday. There's an episode of Naruto. I'm gonna watch Naruto. And I applied that same basic logic to making videos. I said, well, I'm going to make a video every 3 hours. Or I started off, I kind of experimented a bit. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do 9, 11, 1, 3, 5. I'm going to do 5 videos a day, 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Because that, coincidentally, was the schedule that I used in the insurance business. I'd run an appointment at 9, 11, 1, 3, 5. Right? 5 appointments a day. So I figured 5 videos a day. Why not? Sounds good. But then I realized that 50% of the audience was actually from Europe. And so then I was like, well, I guess I should probably make it a little bit more balanced. And so that's when we started doing every 6 hours or whatever, and I spread it all out. And then I did 8 videos, and then I did 12 videos, and now I'm back down to 8 because I feel like it's a more appropriate amount. Naruto, you pronounced it wrong. I did? What do you mean? Yeah, no, Quill's a really good guy. I mean, he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna take offense. I just don't want people to think I'm actually attacking him because that's not what I'm doing. So, where do we go from there? So, did you have any goals or plans when starting out the channel? That's the whole question that we've been talking about for like the last 20 minutes. The answer is no, I didn't have any plans. I just thought it'd be cool to make some videos. But then within about a week, I realized there was an opportunity, and then the plan started to unfold. It took me about 3 months to mentally make the decision that YouTube is better than the insurance business. I'd rather do YouTube. If I'm going to start fresh on something, I'd rather start fresh on YouTube than start fresh on the insurance business in Florida. Because it's the same thing. You're starting over either way. You're building a business from the ground up. And I get bored. I get bored with things. Once I feel like I've mastered them, I don't want to do them anymore. And I kind of was bored with the insurance business. I didn't really want to do it. So I'd rather do something different. And now he adds the conclusion. Are you being sarcastic, Wishki? Wishki, you sound like you have a lisp. Okay, looks like everything's going fine. I've not been to ParadoxCon before, but I will be in February. Yep. Wait, so what happens when you master YouTube? I don't know. That's one of my fears. I'll admit, one of my fears is that I'll get bored with YouTube. I don't know. I guess that'll probably be about the time where I need to create a network and I need to do the next thing. I don't know. But for now, I'm just trying to stay consistent. How do you feel about 100,000 subscribers? Well, I'd kind of planned it out. I mean, I hit the measurement about 2 weeks before I had expected it. But I had a pretty good plan for when I think we would hit this number. You got to remember, this is not luck-based. If you think that YouTube is luck, then you're probably the same type of person that thinks that the insurance business is about luck. And in the insurance business, we had a saying, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. It's not luck. It's hard work. It's preparation. It's consistency. And, I mean... It's I don't know. I don't really know how to put it. It's not easy. So how do I feel about it? I think it's really cool. I think it's shocking, actually, that there are that many people that want to watch mostly Europa Universalis 4 and State of Kings 2. He is a American brainwasher. What does that mean? Yes, I've said this many times, Dudlinger. YouTube is a game and I want to win. It is a game. It definitely is. There is a strategy involved. There is a defined, correct way to play. And I want to play it the right way. Alright. So how do I feel about my 100k subs? I'm very happy. I don't want people to think that I'm callous to the people that make this channel work. Like, I mean, from the bottom of my heart, I do know that everything that I'm doing right now means nothing without the people that are subscribed to the channel and that watch the videos. It's the same thing as it was with the insurance business. If you lost that personal connection to your clients, if you didn't care about your clients, they would know in a heartbeat. People do not buy from people that don't care about them. And I do care about, I cared in the insurance business about my clients, and I care in the YouTube business about my subscribers. I mean, you guys mean everything. There's no point in any of what I'm doing. The whole reason I'm making this video, the whole reason we're doing this stream, is because people wanted to see it, and I care about you guys, and I want you to see what you want to see. So, yeah. Would you ever move to Sweden to work for Paradox? No, probably not. We've talked about maybe moving to Europe, but from what I've gathered, most people that make a YouTube career end up moving from wherever they live to the US. It doesn't really go the other way. Moving from here to Sweden to work for Paradox, and if that like became my full-time job, would actually probably be a pay cut at this point. I don't want to do that. I think there's more opportunity doing what I'm doing right now. That being said, I'm not against working for Paradox. It's just pro bono type thing. Like, hey, I'll be a beta tester. Give me early access to your games, and I'll play them, and I'll make them better if I can by commenting on it, and I will. Do you know your #1 subscriber? Yes, his name is, Shoot. I always know it when I see it. But now I can't think of it off the top of my head. Surprised he's not in chat right now, actually. Crap. That's embarrassing. I do know who he is. Made him into a moderator too. Nope, I don't see him on. He's not in the stream right now. Oh well. We'll remember it later. Stop talking about the insurance business, my wife says. You're not supposed to be watching. You're gonna make me embarrassed. Apparently she's watching. Great, now I'm gonna hear it. Stop talking about it. Is the insurance business, Marcella. It's the same thing. YouTube business, insurance business are the same damn thing. It was very hard to convince for a long time. Very, very hard. She expected me to... Lavernius James, that's his name. Quill 13 says, not Quill 18. Damn, it is hot in here. Alright. This stream will skyrocket your YouTube career. Huh. Maybe. Hopefully. I understand that, Stove Monkey, thank you for becoming a subscriber. How did you come up with your name? I understand that things change when you hit 100,000. You know, it's not the same as when you're less than 100,000. Same way that when you hit 1 million, things change. So, next questions. Yes, let's move on. How about we answer a couple questions that have been live during the chat so far? Let's see what the moderators have given me. So, have you considered making a second channel for other game types? I have considered it, yes. I've considered almost anything you can think of. I've thought about. I've tried to think about. I try to be as conscientious of what my options are and what other people are doing as I can. Like, to ignore my wife and continue talking about the insurance business, the thing that made me really good at the insurance business was that I stole the best from everyone around me. If there was somebody who presented in a better way than me, or somebody who had better prospecting, or someone who just did, it didn't matter. Whatever they did that was better than me, I stole it from them. I took what they did, and I did it the way they did it, and I just combined everything that everyone else did that was good, and made it me. I'm a conglomerate. I absorb the best from other people. So, you know, I try to study my my coworkers. I take from Quill what I think he does better than me, and I try to make it mine. I take from Northern Lion what he does better than me. I try to make it mine. It's called, in the insurance business, it's called best practices. You take the best practices of the industry and you apply them. It's a very good strategy to follow. So have I ever considered making a second channel? Yes, I have. I don't know that it would really be good, though, to fracture my focus. If I had to focus on 2 channels, it would just exponentially increase the amount of work that needs to be done to make that happen. Are you going to play more modded games in CK2 or EU4? Yeah, sure. When there's good mods. I saw there was a mod for, I think it was Crusader Kings 2 that added a whole bunch of stuff. It's an alpha right now. It's not very complete, but we'll try that. I'm not going to answer that question. Would you ever rub bald heads together with Northern Lion, or are you afraid of the static electricity? I was disappointed to find out that Northern Lion's not going to be in, he's not going to Paradox Con this year. I was really looking forward to meeting him in person, but I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Isaac Wolf has become part of Team Subscriber. So, Unnatural Causes has become part of Team Subscriber. So yeah, I'll meet Northern Lion at some point in the near future. But as far as rubbing our heads together, unless there's... that's weird. You guys are weird. Will you continue your Starmation campaign one day? No, I won't, because that campaign was created on like 1.7, and 1.8 was the one that added all of the increased provinces to the map, and it's not even compatible. If we wanted to play the extended timeline mod again, we would just start a new campaign. When will you update and fully flesh out your website, Arumba.tv? It's a great question. There was somebody who had messaged me on Twitter, or on Reddit actually, and I'm probably going to take her up on the offer to redo the website. I actually need to put that in my notes of things to do. Redo the website. She had asked me a whole bunch of good questions about like what I want out of it and all that stuff. It's not something I have any interest in doing myself, and I had hired out the channel artistry, the thumbnails and everything, to Sergio, and I want to do the same thing with the website. I want to have somebody else manage it. I'm going to pay them. And the thing is, I don't really want too much out of the website. I just want it to be a repository for mods. I want it to be a place that people can get some basic information, and I want it to be very, very low maintenance. Stejo offered ages ago. I remember, I know, and you redid it with some other code that was different, but it looked the same, and I know you're trying to make it look the same, but I just never really understood why you made it look the same as it could be done with WordPress, and I don't know. Apparently the website just got a friendly DDoS. Nice. I don't know. I'm sorry, Stejo. What is your favorite mod for CK2? Will you go back to Elder Kings? Have you ever tried the After the End mod? After the End, that's the mod that I was just talking about that looked kind of cool. It's in alpha or beta, or however you'd call it for a mod. That one looks kind of cool. We might try it. I liked Game of Thrones for the immersion of the characters. Bladed Plane has joined Team Subscriber. But I think Elder Kings was actually better. I think Elder Kings was a better mod. I liked it a lot. I really enjoyed it. Another question apparently that was submitted in chat that one of the moderators thought was really important to throw in was, why are you so cute? I'm assuming that was a female question. If that was a man asking that question, I guess if he was gay, that it would make sense for a gay guy to say, why are you so cute? But it's a very shame. I mean, there's only like 2% of the people that watch this stuff that are women, so I find it very unlikely that it was a woman. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know. Have Northern Lion, Quill, and Mathis ever seen your face? If so, when did they? They had never seen my face until just now. I know from the from Twitter that Mathis was watching. I assume that Quill and Northern Lion will probably see it. Probably not live. They don't usually show up to streams, which is fine. Not like I do when Quill's streaming. I host him. I try to direct people to Quill. I'm beneficial. I'm a good teammate. What is your favorite shampoo? I don't really use shampoo. I don't really need to. I don't have any hair. I don't know if you noticed. There's not a lot of hair up here. So I just use like soap, you know, just kind of scrub my head with soap. I use conditioner on this thing while I have it. Will you get a P.O. box we can send stuff to? I suppose so. I know that Total Biscuit has one of those. I know a lot of channels do. Will you make another modded Factorio series? Do you prefer modded or vanilla? I like vanilla because I think that it's more balanced. That's still 2,000 women that watch you, Arumba. That's true. That's a lot of women. You'll get used to it, Rhinoceros Maximus. And again, I'm not going to be like putting all of my YouTube videos. We're not going to be doing the webcam outside of this stream for now. So I prefer vanilla Factorio. I thought that the Ditech mod was okay, but it just always felt kind of buggy. It just wasn't really not the same as vanilla. Okay. Next question, back to the original submissions. We're on question 70 of 2,500, by the way. And it's been an hour and a half. Favorite ever strategy game? Well, if you could consider Dota to be a strategy game or Footman Frenzy, those are the ones that I played the most of. There's strategy involved. But I really like EU4. I like CK2. I'm having a lot of fun with it. How does it feel to have come so far? I think we have a long way to go. I don't know. I'm kind of not too caught up with the moment, and I'm really trying to think more about the future. You know? Like, okay, let me look up some numbers real quick. I'll need to do some adjusting on this, but according to my goals and estimates, we should have hit 100,000 subscribers based on my calculations, which are not perfect, but based on the knowledge and information that I've obtained over the last year. I was expecting to hit 100,000 subscribers on December 10th of this year. Let's see when we actually hit it. According to Social Blade, we hit 100,000 on December 9th. So I was a day off. But I'm pretty good, usually, at planning things out. So we were a day off. According to the measurements that I have right now, and again, I've got to tweak them again to make sure that it's accurate, but at the current growth rate, I'm seeing hitting 200,000 subscribers in roughly August 1st of next year. And then by the end of the year, if things kind of go the way they have, we should be at 320,000 by the end of next year. So, you know, I'm hoping that we can. I'm hoping that that growth rate continues. If it does, then we should be approaching 1 million by the end of 2016. Which is nuts. You people are crazy. Why are you watching? Why are you watching all these videos? When did you do the math? No, this is a spreadsheet I made on January 1st, 2014. I'll admit I had to update it a couple times. I think I adjusted the growth rate 2 or 3 times throughout the year. But it's been pretty accurate since I made those adjustments. Growth does go down over time. Those calculations are based on the fact that you only the same games. Aren't you worried that your channel will become stale? Well, there's going to be new games. Dr. Gnome, thanks for becoming a subscriber. There's going to be new games. There's going to be Hearts of Iron 4. Arumba's Concubine just subscribed. Don't tell my wife. But there's always new games. That's the great thing about the gaming industry. There's always going to be new games to play. What's important is to not make a channel that's completely focused on one game. Like, you know, for example, a guy that I used to kind of watch and I thought was like a really pretty good channel was Cy StarCraft. he's kind of a verbally abusive guy, but he built up a channel of 150,000 subscribers, and he got 51 million views, and then he just decided to stop playing StarCraft. It's like, shocking, your channel dies when you stop playing the only game you've ever played on it. And I think it's important to introduce new titles on a consistent basis so that you can move and adapt over time as the gaming world changes. So I don't want that to happen, and I won't let it happen. Like I said, Roomba, even if you answer one question per minute, it will take you 36 hours. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do it. We're just going to answer them for a long, long time. I'm going to have to take a break in at least probably a half hour or so, just because this has been 2 hours nearly. But we'll keep going. How do you feel about having a worldwide fan base? I'm and Arab from Syria, and I have loved your videos for about 3 years. Sometimes it's kind of hard to wrap my head around that there are people who speak English in all these countries and that can understand me. Gandalf the Why-He has become a member of Team Subscriber. You know, like, but there's so many people. It's just so many people from all over the world. And it's amazing, really. All age groups. Most people are between 20 and 40. But, I mean, there's 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. There's 60-year-old women who watch the channel, which is crazy. I mean, hey, I'm not trying to scare them away. But yeah, I think it's really cool. I mean, I hope that someday maybe I can meet people from other places. I know that when I'm in Sweden, it'll be the first time I've been to Sweden, so I'm pretty excited about meeting the people in Paradox, and I don't know if they're going to do like I don't know about fan meetup. I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. Who are some of your favorite YouTubers? Ever since I started making videos on YouTube, I haven't had as much time to watch videos on YouTube. I used to watch Quill. I used to watch some Northern Lion. But I don't really have time to watch them anymore. Except, I'll admit, like when I was trying to learn how to play Victoria 2, I'd watch Quill18 play it. Whenever I try to learn a game that I don't know how to play, I watch other people play it. That's what I do. I do a lot of stuff on YouTube. If I'm going to clean a grill, or I'm going to build a wall, I'll watch a video on how to do it on YouTube, because that's what YouTube's for. You can see anything and everything on YouTube. Like if I look at my YouTube sub box right now, I'll just go load it up and I'll tell you what I would actually watch if I were to watch something. First thing that catches my eye. Okay, Crusader Kings 2 Way of Life Dev Diary. I'd watch some of that. I'd check it out. I'd probably play it on speed 2. Double the playback. I don't really watch too much. I watched some stuff about the Dota, like new... I like watching some of the fails of the week and stuff for Dota. It's kind of cool. Just Drop ran the calculations. If you take this much time to answer the rest, you'll be done by 200k subs. Sweet. That's funny. Costa or Starbucks? I do not drink coffee. I like cappuccino, and I usually like gas station cappuccino. I think Starbucks is a ripoff, and gas station cappuccino is awesome, especially French vanilla. After countless hours of EU4, do you feel capable of making a small nation in the real world into a superpower, anything allowed? I don't know. I think that it's a little bit different in real life. In real life, you can't just declare war on your neighbor and have no one bother you. Because, you know, the whole United Nations thing, and the United States not keeping their nose where it should be. They stick their nose in everything. So, could you turn a small country into a superpower? Probably not. I think the United States is kind of a bully. We as a country just get ourselves into everything. Just really quite disappointing to me that our government feels like they deserve to be in everyone else's government. They should really butt out. But the problem is that it's so ingrained in the culture now. I don't see how it can be fixed. I actually think that the United States government needs to be not overthrown, but we need a good old-fashioned rebellion. We really do. I think the United States revolt risk needs to go up, and we should fix it. Because there's too much money in politics, and there's like 90% of congressional seats get kept in their spot, even after there's like 10% approval. It's terrible. It really is terrible. What we need as a country is we need first past the post to go away. That voting system is stupid. We need to embrace like the Australian voting system where, I can't remember the term for it, but it's where if you vote for one person and then that person doesn't win, that your vote goes to the next person down the list that you would have voted for had you not voted for the first person. And that way we could actually have third-party candidates that could actually run for president. And third-party candidates that could actually take congressional seats. And it wouldn't just be red versus blue, right versus left, where both sides are really the same. Like, if you think Democrat and Republican are two different parties, you're wrong. They're the same damn thing. They're colluding. They're both in it together. Neither party wants any competition. They just take turns. They just take turns ruining the country. All this bullshit that we're seeing on the internet every day about internet, about the internet being censored and about internet fast lanes and all that nonsense. It's just so infuriating. I don't want to talk about that too much longer because I'll just get really mad. It really is an unfortunate situation that we're in. What is your favorite country to play in E4? I think we already covered that. What favorite region? We already covered that. I want to play in usually Western Europe. Would you play E4 with Shenra? Yeah. If you wanted to play, I'd play with him. Why do you hate Northern Line? I don't. What is your major? Oh, I majored in electrical engineering and computer science. Back in college, I actually thought that I wanted to be, I wanted to do electrical engineering and computer science, and I wanted to do something where I would work with, I wanted to work with connecting the brain to computers and to prosthetics. I'm really interested in that kind of stuff. I really like the idea of connecting an artificial leg to your brain and being able to use it and enhance it. I've said before that, you know, like if they came out with a cybernetic eye and it was better than human vision, I'd probably find myself on the volunteer list to just have my eye removed and put in a cybernetic one. I am all about upgrades and becoming better. And the Borg? Yeah. Someone's saying a Roomba is Borg. The Borg are awesome! I mean, aside from the whole conquer the whole universe and like kill everything thing, that's bad, but like the idea of seeking perfection and self-improvement and all that stuff, that's good stuff. I like transhumanism. It's good stuff. Being upgraded, like, I really think humans in general, we've stopped evolving. And the reason for that is because there's no selective pressure against us. We protect our weak. We protect our sick. You know, Louis C.K. has this funny line that he says, where he says, you know, the but maybe. Like he said, every now and then I have this thought where, you know, I think this one thing, but then I think, but maybe we should, you know, let all the people with a peanut allergy just die, and then we just be done with that peanut allergy thing. You know, it's pretty funny the way he says it. I'm not very good at delivering it as a joke, but it's kind of true, you know, like we protect all of the people who are born with... Now, okay, I'm about to say some things that might upset a few people, but it's just an opinion. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. My opinion might be wrong, it might not be the same as yours. Just try to keep it in perspective. It's just an opinion. But, you know, like, we allow mentally retarded people to have children. How who does that benefit, really? Who's going to take care of those children? And all it does is it perpetuates the genetic flaws that it's not good. It's not good. But anyway, I think that we should be, if we're not going to let ourselves evolve with selective pressure against us, against reproduction, then we need to evolve in a different way. My biology teacher when I was in school used to say that there's no fundamental difference between humans today and humans 10,000 years ago. That functionally, from a genetic standpoint, we're the exact same. We're not evolving at all. But evolution doesn't necessarily only occur on a genetic level. Like, evolution as a species can continue to happen based on technology. Fundamentally, 10,000 years ago, compared to today, technology has changed a huge amount. We've got El Gaspar 1234, now part of Team Subscriber. Yeah, but when you have two people who have a recessive gene and they reproduce, then it perpetuates the genes. Anyway, so we're still evolving on a technological standpoint. You know, like, take a look at, when I was a kid, we had Nintendo and Atari. And now my 1-year-old son knows how to use a smartphone. And he wants to touch all the buttons. And he knows how to, like, do stuff on it. So just imagine what's going to happen in another 100 years with technology. Like, we're going to see some insane things. We're going to see some really insane things with technology. Like, if you've played, what was that game? Deus Ex, I think it was. Humanist, something like that. If you played that game, I really think in the next 50 to 100 years, we're going to see a lot of that stuff. We're going to see people who have, like, cybernetically enhanced bodies. And there's going to be some really interesting things happening with who gets them and who doesn't. And is it fair? Probably not. There's going to be a lot of people who need it, who don't get it. And it's going to be weird. It's going to be really strange. But I hope I have enough money to buy them. I have terrible vision, right? Like, I had glasses. My vision started going bad when I was 13. And I wore glasses and contacts until I was like 22. And then they said, okay, your eyes have stopped changing. You can get LASIK surgery. So I got LASIK surgery. And I had perfect vision. I had actually 20/15 vision for about 10 years, almost. Well, maybe not even 10 years, like 6 or 7 years. And now my vision's starting to get a little bit fuzzy again. Probably about 20/30. And I would totally do it again. If they can make my vision better, I would do it. I'll go pay for it and I get it done. Please learn more about genetics and biology before talking about things to thousands of people. You are allowed to have an opinion, but you also have the responsibility for an informed opinion. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Brend1989 has become a member of Team Subscriber. But, like, I think some of the places we're going to see some of the first stuff happen, Lycus13 has joined as well. I'm hoping that we can eliminate a lot of the recessive genes, a lot of the DNA that is not beneficial to us as a species. Like, if we could just use some RNA reverse transcriptase and just go in there and just reprogram the DNA with a targeted virus, essentially, to reprogram sections of DNA and just fix it, that'd be pretty sweet. If we can make that happen. I think we're going down the wrong path here. People are starting to say some things about me now. This is questionable decision-making here. I really like the movie Gattaca. I think Gattaca is possible. It might start with that. It might start with that where, you start choosing your children and programming them. I don't know about changing the DNA of people that are already alive, but programming someone with an embryo, that seems probably a little bit more obtainable than reprogramming someone that's already alive. It's true, though. If anyone is offended, you're the one that's choosing to be offended. I mean, I'm not offending you. You're choosing to be offended by the things that I say. It's on you. If you can't take an opinion or a comment and just take it at face value and just say, okay, that's one guy. You think I'm the only person in the world who has these thoughts? I guarantee other people do. But you're not offended by what they're saying. You're choosing to be offended by what I say. If you are. Not to say that most people are offended. I'd say most people aren't right now. But Yeah, next question. We should just go to the next question. Okay, let's go to the next question. Why do you hate I don't hate Northern Lion. What new games are you interested in? I want to play Heartsfire 4, really. Why haven't you verified your account on YouTube? I think that Google Plus is stupid and a poor excuse for a competitor to Facebook, and verifying your account on YouTube requires you to tie your YouTube account to a Google Plus page, which I did do for a short period of time, but I hated everything about it. I hated when they forced us to embrace Google Plus. We have a new subscriber whose name I just missed. Who are you? Wow, chat is going really fast. I can't even find him. Yeah, Google Plus is dumb. But along those lines, I hate Facebook too. I think Facebook is worse than anything that's been created on the internet. It's a stupid, vapid, boring place that people go to waste their lives. It's a place that people go to say things about their lives and try to broadcast the best possible perspective of their life. And no one cares. They're just all interested in broadcasting their own perspectives on life and trying to make themselves look perfect. And, oh, I have this perfect family and everything's great and look at all this cool stuff and I'm so self-absorbed. And I hate Facebook. I don't want my kids to be on Facebook. I don't want them to have accounts. I don't want any of it. I would delete my Facebook if my wife didn't use it to study all of my former high school people, friends, and stuff. My wife likes to go onto Facebook and like look at pictures of other people's children and like what's going on in their lives. That's how she figures out what's going on with people. And she logs into my account because she doesn't want an account, but she won't let me delete mine. I don't even use it. I haven't logged onto that thing in years. I don't care. It's stupid. What got you into strategy games? Probably the math and the science. Or not the science, sorry, the math and the numbers. I just like the numbers. You're transported back in time and sent to the Americas 50 years before Columbus. What do you do? So that's a long time ago. So long ago that I wouldn't live until today with technology. Sent to the Americas 50 years before Columbus. Would I be there before Leif Erikson? I can't remember what the timing was. Because I'm pretty sure technically Leif Erikson was the first to get there. It wasn't Columbus. We credit Columbus, but I might, I don't know, try to take credit for it or something. I should be studying, you know, math exams tomorrow. Well, by all means, go study. You can watch this later. Why did you decide to go full-time with YouTube? Because it's a legitimate career. A legitimate opportunity for a career, and because I feel like it's probably the best opportunity for me to make a good income doing something that I enjoy and provide for my family. Now, I've got 3 kids. My wife doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom, so I need to provide for my family. It's one of my main motivators. One of the things that I've always been able to fall back on, if I ever need to, is that I need to provide for my family. How long do you intend to do YouTube? Well, I don't know. Is it ever going to go away? Because it might. It might. But then again, that would require Google to like give up on it, which I think isn't going to happen. It's possible that YouTube might not be the same opportunity that's here right now might not be there in the future. But that's kind of like being in the insurance business where you say like, well, what are you going to do when they pass Obamacare? Well, everything changes with time. Just because it changes doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity. I mean, there were plenty of people in the insurance business who thought that Obamacare was going to be the death of the insurance industry. And they were wrong. And, you know, like, what am I going to do with Vimeo or Dailymotion or like some other website becomes more popular than YouTube? Well, I'll probably upload videos there too. I'll just adapt. Just adapt with the times. What is your favorite country to play as? That's been asked too many times. What is your nationality? United States. Have you ever been to Germany? Yes, I have. Been to Frankfurt. Pretty cool. I really like Germans. And not because of the whole eugenics thing. Don't go back to that topic. I'm not saying I like Germans because of the eugenics. I like Germans because I like the way that everything's very Einstein. They're very mathematical in my mind. They're very organized. And I just like, I don't know. When I was young, I had an exchange student from Germany. And he's like a brother to me still. And I just like Germans. I think that Germany is a really cool place. I'd definitely visit there again. He's from Frankfurt, so that's where I met him. Or well, that's where he came from. That's why I went there. We have a new subscriber, but it's not showing up in chat. It is youthdebates.org. How did you end up meeting and befriending Northern Lion and Mathis? I sent a bunch of messages to Northern Lion. Not a bunch. I sent one when I was really, really tiny. Way too tiny for him to ever respond to me. And then I sent him a message when I had like 20 or 30,000 subscribers about doing the YouTube Succession series. And he was interested in it. So we did that, and it was really cool. Unfortunately, I only lived for 2 videos, and then my character died because he had too much fun with his wife. And he died in the act. And I didn't even get to play for very long, but that was how I first started working with Northern Lion. Which college did you go to? It was the University of Michigan. Do I like tacos? Yeah, tacos are pretty good. I like crunch wraps. My wife basically makes crunch wraps like they make at Taco Bell, but she makes them way better. They're really, really good. What are your favorite types of responses from us? I don't know. Questions? Any kind of questions good? Coffee or tea? Tea. Why don't you do CK2 anymore? I'm kind of bored with it. It's too easy. And they keep patching the stuff that I find fun. Like back when we were able to raid multiple province holdings at the same time, I thought that was really cool. And it kind of made more sense to me, like, okay, I can have 4 raiding parties and I can send one of them to each place. But then they said, oh, that's a bug. And then they got rid of it. And I was like, oh, damn. Every time there's like a new interesting thing, they take it away. What are your 3 pizza toppings? I like bacon. I like pepperoni. If I had to pick a third, it would probably be... It would be some sort of meat. It would probably be... sausage. I like meat. Meat lover trio. It's good. How long would you say it would take for someone to really understand a game like EU4 or CK2? To really understand it, you're talking hundreds of hours of playtime. You can play it and have fun without knowing what you're doing. Absolutely, you can play it, enjoy yourself, but to really know everything that you can do, every opportunity for whatever, it'll take you hundreds of hours to get good at it. What do you think of doing a CK2 multiplayer with all of your 4 guys being in the same republic? I think it's a great idea. It's just a matter of convincing Northern Lion, Mathis, and Quill to actually do the CK2 again. Will you do a video talking about how your channel started and how it evolved over the years, and perhaps give advice to people wanting to start their own channels? Sure. I mean, well, making a video about it, maybe not right this second, but like I can just briefly answer that question, like some advice on anyone that wants to start their own channel. Again, I'm gonna relate it to the insurance business. Yes, there are people out there who are doing it. There are people out there who may have already started making videos about the same stuff you might want to make videos, but who cares? Just because someone's competition doesn't mean that there's no opportunity to do business. Like, if you think you play CK2 better than I do, then play some CK2 and put it on YouTube. If you do, I mean, there's going to be a niche. There's going to be an audience for you. As far as, like, just number one, just get out there and do it. Don't procrastinate. Go and try. Like, you got to try. You got to start somewhere. Yeah, people are... Apparently, it's a new hashtag now, pound 26 cents. You've just got to do it. You got to start somewhere. Don't give up. In the insurance business, you make 50 contacts. You might set 8 appointments. You run 8 appointments. You might sell 2 or 3 people. That means that the vast majority of the time you're getting rejected. Most of the time you're failing. You're only succeeding some of the time. So you make a whole bunch of videos and maybe only some of them work. Only some of them actually attract an audience. but now you have an audience. You got to start somewhere. You just got to build it up. Can't let the naysayers... Number one piece of advice, don't go to our Let's Play and don't listen to anything that any of those idiots have to say about how to build a channel, because they're all wrong. They're just... It's the worst possible place you could go. It is so toxic. That atmosphere, I couldn't possibly be more adamant about not going there. And whatever you do, don't post your videos to our Let's Play. They are just terrible people. Every now and then we'll talk about it. We'll say like, and we'll read it because it's funny. And somebody said like, you know, there's like a guide. Somebody put up a guide. Here's how you make a good channel on YouTube, right? Here's how you build a channel from the ground up. And the guy will list off like these 10 different ways that you do it, right? And then at the very end he'll say, so those are my thoughts on how to build a channel. You know, and I've gained 84 subscribers in 3 weeks since I started making videos. So what do you guys think? And you're like, you have 84 subscribers and you're going to try to give advice on how to build a channel? Oh my God. Talk about the blind leading the blind. Like, don't go there. It's just bad. It's so bad. If you want to listen, like you gotta be opportunistic, optimistic. You gotta be forward. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to, in the very beginning, you do have to self-promote. It's like the only way you can get your name out there, because unfortunately, you've got giants in the industry who are going to squelch your videos. I was talking to Stejo about this, who's a guy who I like. I've worked with him. I've talked to him. He's been around for a long time, and it's like, you know, he's making CK2 and EU4 videos, and he makes a ton of them. He works as hard as I do. The problem is that his channel's smaller, and it's not because he's not as good. I mean, he's probably better than I am at some things. But when somebody searches for Crusader Kings 2, there's about a 90% chance that the first 2 or 3 pages of search results are not going to be him. It's going to be me, or Quill, or somebody else. And when you have a very small channel, you get very few views, very few likes, very few comments on each individual video. The likelihood of it being ranked high in search results is very, very low. So it's really hard to break into a niche market if you have a small channel. So you have to self-promote. You have to advertise. If you don't do it, you won't get any viewers. So once you build up an audience, in my mind, this is the way I've thought about it. Like I am now to the size, my channel is the size now where I can break into most markets. If I did suddenly decide, okay, I want to go play Minecraft, I could probably break into the niche markets of Minecraft. By no means could I break into Minecraft itself. Like, if I just put out, like, Minecraft Let's Play #1, it's going to be on page, like, 4 million. Because there's that many videos about Minecraft itself. But if I wanted to make, like, Minecraft Feed the Beast, or Minecraft this one small specific mod, I could break into that market. Because I've got enough weight behind the channel that I could do it. And I could actually get into the search results. Which is how you find new people. But it would be very hard, especially like if you have a brand new channel, you just say, okay, I'm gonna make tutorial videos on YouTube about Minecraft. This is how you build a redstone circuit. Good luck. It's never gonna happen. You're never gonna get you're just not gonna get a following. And then you get these people who like make these videos for 3 or 4 months, and then they'll keep on going back to our Let's Play and submitting their videos and saying, what am I doing wrong? Why don't I have 1 million subscribers yet? You just gotta recognize that you are advertising to no one. No one's hearing you. No one's gonna watch your videos. Not unless you actually have enough of a weight to get into the market. It's like if you were in the insurance business, you opened up a mom and pop insurance business and you said, well, we offer the best prices and I'm not gonna call anyone. I'm just going to sit in my store and wait for people to come to me, and then when they do, I'll sell them insurance at the best price possible. But no. Advertising, that's silly. I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's a good way to summarize that one red scout, tackle your niche, tackle the niche so you can build up some weight, and then once you have the weight, you can punch into a larger market. And a great way to do it in the beginning is to collaborate. You take 3 or 4 small channels, you all work together. Each of you individually is weaker than the sum of you combined. That's one of the reasons why I started doing multiplayer streams with Kaelvin and Shen, and the Mad Dejin, and Marbazir, and Enter Elysium, and like anyone that I can. And I still want to do it. I would love to do a collaboration video with people who are bigger than I am, but it's hard. It is hard to make those connections and actually start to work with bigger channels than you are. But you got to try. But that being said, if your channel is really, really, really small, like let's say you have 300 subscribers, don't go messaging someone who's got 50,000, because they won't hear you. If you've got 3,000, I would say, like, don't go above 10 times your size. So, like, for example, there's no way that it would make any sense for me to say, hey, Total Biscuit, I think we should play multiplayer EU4 together, and you should come and do what I want, because I have 100,000 subscribers and you have, like, millions, and you should just do what I say. We should work together. Because he's not going to do it. But, on the other hand, if I say to somebody who's got, like, 100,000, like, hey, you know, we got similarly sized channels, should we work together? Why don't we do a series? We could both cross-pollinate our subscriber bases, and we would both have more people to potentially watch our videos. That would make a lot of sense. So, you got to work together. All right, how tall am I? I am 6 feet tall on the dot. Maybe a quarter inch shy. Just barely, not quite 6 feet. About 6 feet. No, Jacos138, I don't think he's mentioned me. He's mentioned Total Biscuit, or he's mentioned Northern Lion, which actually kind of bothered me a little bit. He's saying, like, I'm not an expert at Europa Universalis 4 like Northern Lion, but blah, 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 blah. He's talking about some game. I'm thinking, what? You gonna call Northern Lion an expert? He's fun to play with, but no, he wouldn't even say he's an expert. There's no way. But Northern Lion's different, his strategy for YouTube is not to be the best. That's not the way he plays. He's not a min-maxer. He's not the strategist. He's the comedian. He's everything that I'm not, in a good way. Like, it's one of the reasons why I really like working with him, is that he fills in the voids that my personality has with the things that he's good at, and it's and vice versa. I do things that he's not good at. It's a good collaboration. Like, he can be funny when things are boring. He can pull random names and locations and words and just all this random crap out of thin air, and he's funny. But I can figure out how to min-max a game, and like, I know what all the numbers mean, and I mean, we're just different, right? Or you take a guy like, say, Official Nerd Cubed, right? He's the same way as Northern Lion is. He's funny. He's a funny guy. He's not an expert. He plays every game poorly, but he's funny about it, and that's why people watch it. No one is going to watch a Nerd Cubed video because he's an expert. I can't think of a single game that he's an expert at, and that's okay. It'd be really hard for me to present video content in the way that Northern Lion does. I'm just not that way. Which is one of the main reasons why I don't want to play Minecraft. Minecraft wouldn't make sense on my channel because I'm not that type of person. And that's usually the way that Minecraft channels work, is that they're comedy. They're funny people. YouthDebates.org. I wouldn't say it was just insurance. I started in the insurance business, but I was a financial advisor for the company. I was moving huge sums of money, about $300,000 to $400,000 a week, that I would move from wherever it was to where we wanted it. So it's actually a very similar background story. I know Total Biscuit worked in in the financial industry in Great Britain. He's British, and he moved to the United States recently. RavenFox10001 has become a member of Team Subscriber. He moved from there, and he left the financial industry to go to YouTube, and very similar background, actually. Arumba, do you think being a min-max player keeps you from moving into new games? I do, yes, absolutely, Mr. Spork. The problem is that people expect me to play well, And it's very hard for me to play a new game well, because it takes time. It takes a long time. The rub is that in order to do well with YouTube search ranking, you need to release videos right away. If a game comes out tomorrow, I need to have a video out on it tomorrow. I can't wait 6 months or a year to get really, really good at the game and then be like, oh hey, you guys remember that game that came out a year ago? Well, I'm good at it now, so here's a series. So, in my case, like, Crusader Kings 2 was the game that I had practiced on a lot, and I was really good at it. But you might notice, it took me a long time. I'm still just now getting good at EU4. Yes, I think that, I honestly think, I really hope someday I get to talk and work with Total Biscuit, because I do think that he and I would be very, very like-minded in a lot of things. The only fear that I have with him is that I might be the type of channel that he hates. He's said many times that he does not like Let's Players. He thinks that they don't add anything to YouTube. That they are, like, just submitting spam and just garbage. And I think he's usually referring to, like, the boring Minecraft playthroughs that are just senseless. But I sure hope that I don't fit into the category of channels that he hates. Maybe I do. But if that's the case, oh well. But I do think that we would hit it off. What anime besides Naruto have you seen, and what is your favorite? Well, I've watched Ghost in the Shell. I've watched, I like the Matrix anime series. That was cool. I watched all of Full Metal Alchemist. I watched all of, well, not all, but most of Bleach up until the point that it got stupid. Not too many anime, really. I like the first season of Death Note. Well, come on. I mean, too awesome for Epic. Who wouldn't want to hit it off with Total Biscuit? You talk about a career move. Becoming friends with a huge channel is a good... It doesn't matter if it's Total Biscuit or anyone else. Being friends with any channel that was large would be really good. Well, that's good to hear, Dodal Walls. He says, from watching 99% of B videos... Shoot, the chat's moving too fast. Where'd it go? You would probably be one of the ones that he really likes. You personally add a lot of value to the video. By watching you, I learned a lot and started loving Paradox games. You're not using the game, you're working with it. Well, good. Well, hopefully someday I'll meet him at, like, some sort of an event. I don't know what it'll be. Comic-Con, maybe. No, I don't know where I'd run into him. Probably at Gamescom. Maybe he'll go to Paradox. Who knows? Maybe he'll go to ParadoxCon. That'd be cool. Have you ever met Northern Lion, Mathis, or Quill in person? No, but I will be meeting Mathis and Quill in Sweden. We're all going to stay for the full length, which will be really cool. We'll have a few days to hang out and do some cool stuff with the Swedish folks over there. Straight out of Compton 94 has become a member of Team Subscriber. But are you an expert compared to DDR Jake? DDR Jake is me multiplied. He is... Again, if he's watching, or if he hears this, I hope he'll take this the right way. In the insurance business, we were very critical of other people in the insurance business. Right? I had done this for 6 years. I would rip someone apart. I would tear down everything that they are and say, this is what you do well, this is what you do poorly, this is what you need to do better. And it just comes kind of without even thinking for me. That's how we improved in the insurance business. So when I look at DDR Jake, and I reached out and I messaged him a few times and I said, hey, you need to be making videos on YouTube. Stop streaming. Like, you should be making videos. You should put them on YouTube. You've got a good product. People want to watch it. You're really good at the game and you're not doing it right. You need to put videos on YouTube. And I don't know how he responded to it. I think he's making videos for YouTube now, but DDR Jake is even more extreme than I am. But his issue is that he's not very self-promotional, and he's also really negative about himself. He has very high skill, but either very low self-esteem, or he makes a lot of self-deprecating comments. He'll say things like, he'll have 500 people watching him on stream, and it'll be like, why are you people watching me? You people are weird. And you're thinking, dude, that's your audience. You're talking down about your audience. Say good things about them. Tell them that they're awesome. Don't tell them that they're weird. They're going to feel weird about watching you if you tell them they're weird. Like, obviously they want to watch you because you're really good at the game. You should be glad that they're there. That'd be like being in the insurance business and saying, like, you want to buy insurance from me? You're weird. Why would you buy insurance from me? I'm not good at selling insurance. You should buy from somebody else. Go watch someone else. Like, no. You got to be self-promotional. You got to have confidence. But anyway, he's even more extreme than I am when it comes to min-maxing, and like his thing is he likes to break the game. He doesn't even really play the game. He sits down, the patch comes out, and he thinks to himself, how can I break the mechanics? And then once he's figured out how to break the mechanics, he goes into the game and he breaks the mechanics. I'm different. I go into the game, I play the game, and occasionally I'll stumble upon a mechanic that I can break, and I'll break it, but I don't go into it looking for mechanics to break. Hopefully that makes sense. Rumba, you said basically the exact same thing earlier. What do you mean? When I was a smaller channel? I might have. It's possible. Oh, I know. Before the stream started, yeah, I was very nervous. That's why. This is just making me really uncomfortable. I'm fine now, though. What is your favorite game genre and favorite game from that genre? Grand strategy. RPGs are really fun. I like those. I like MOBAs. What are your objectives in the multiplayer game? Submitted by Not Mathis. It's to kill Northern Lion followed by Mathis, clearly. Not Mathis. Favorite musical group? Music is a good topic. I like most music. I don't like music that is let's just put it this way. Most forms of rap I don't like. But other than that, I like almost everything else. I especially like acoustic music, or rather instrumental music, music without words. I really enjoy that kind of music. I feel like if you're going to have lyrics in the song, they need to add something to it. And a lot of times, music without words can be more descriptive in my mind than music with words. Like the music that's on right now is really, really nice. We have 42 Twitter messages. Twitter's blowing up during the stream here. People are apparently messaging Total Biscuit saying you should get him on the Co-Optional podcast. At Total Biscuit confirmed Arumba07 wants to hit it off with you. You guys are going to get me in trouble now. What's really interesting to me is that Northern Lion, Quill18, Total Biscuit, me, Nerd Cubed, like, there's probably, I don't even know how many, but there's this huge number of people who are all like 25 to 35. We're all the same age, and we're all doing the same thing. It's amazing how consistent that is. Like, the bigger channels are very, very similar. You know, Mathis is the same size. Quill's, or sorry, not the same size. He's the same age. We're all about the same age. And I don't know if it's because you have to have a certain amount of like life experience or something, or if you have to have been in an industry and then failed that industry, or what it is, but there's something about being that age that is pretty conducive to being good at insurance, or being good at YouTube. Oh no, TV doesn't like that. Wow, great. Like I said, don't get me in trouble here. Now, if he responded, then I'd feel like it's a good thing, but I don't. Yeah, he's losing his hair too, the top hat. How's he doing, by the way? I haven't actually looked into it recently. I hope he's doing alright with his cancer. How does it feel to have people watching you play video games? It feels amazing, because when I was a kid, my mom always said, you can't play video games when you're an adult. You know, like, you can't make a living playing video games. Don't play video games. She always wanted me to stop playing video games. And every now and then, whenever I see my mom, I like to remind her. I'll tell her, hey mom, guess what I'm doing? I'm making a living playing video games. And she knows there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, it is playing video games, but there's a whole huge amount of work involved. It's not just playing games. Like, there's a lot. There's so much. There's probably about half of it is playing the game and half of it's everything else. So, alright, we've been going for about 2 hours. I'm going to take, like, a 3-minute bathroom break, get a new soda, kind of, cycle in the old Mountain Dew, and go from there. So, okay, 3 minutes. I'll be right back, roughly, and we'll continue. So, I'll see you in just a minute. So, I just found out my wife didn't go to the place she said she was going to go. Instead, she's just been watching this whole thing. Makes me really self-conscious now. I gotta watch what I say. I really need to watch what I say. Apparently, she let the kids watch part of it too, which is really weird. Makes me nervous. Yeah, I see that. Cincinnati, we did lose 500 people. That's okay though. You know, people will come back or they'll go. Whatever. If you're interested and you want to see it, you're here, and if you don't, then that's fine too. But yeah, now I have to watch everything I say because my wife's watching. And I should have known when she sent me that text. She said, "Stop talking about insurance." Because I compare everything to insurance. And of course, the first thing I said to her when I got out there was, "I'm going to keep talking about insurance because it's the same thing." YouTube and insurance are the same. Ajmodaya is now part of Team Subscriber. I tried playing Total War, but I didn't really like that game very much. It was not very interesting to me. It's a different style of grand strategy, and I wouldn't even really call it grand strategy. That's true. Ashemide. Total Biscuit's wife handles the business end. My mama used to say life is like an insurance business. You never know what you're going to get until a bald man starts talking softly in your ear. I know, that's it. That's what it was. She heard all that about the retarded people, and she did not approve. She said, "Why are you saying things like that?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know. It just happened." Alright, let's do some more questions. What is your... No, I'm not answering that one. Nope. How far are you aiming? Well, let's say, I assume that question is related to, like, YouTube, and I don't know. I really don't know. If it could just be that I do this for the next 20 years, 30 years, or whatever, and then retire, then that'd be amazing. But I don't think that that's likely to happen. I think that this is too transient of an industry. It's going to change too much over the next 10 years that I might have to adapt and recreate myself again, which I wouldn't really be too scared of. You know, if I had to leave this industry and go to another industry, I'm pretty confident that I could adapt and I could do another industry. I could handle it, you know. I've proved to myself that I can do the insurance business. I've proved to myself that I can do the YouTube business. And I know I can do other businesses too. So if it comes down to it, I'll just go and I'll do another business, you know? I could always pick up my Series 7 license and go back to the banking industry. I could always go and do engineering. I could do whatever. But as far as how far I'm aiming in the YouTube industry, I would love to see... I would just be amazed if I could get to 1 million subscribers at some point. Not anytime soon. It'd take years. But if I could get there, we would be really, really doing well as a family, as a business, that kind of thing. Question: any experience with or advice on dealing with depression? No, that's an interesting question. That came up in one of Mathis's videos too. I've always found it interesting how people want advice on that kind of thing from, like, a YouTuber or someone that they watch. And I can kind of understand why you would. And I also have to imagine that when someone asks a question like that, there's an undertone of maybe they have depression right now. So I think it's worth talking about. Depression. Like I mentioned, when I was 20, my dad died. And it was really hard on me and my mom and my sister. And I think most people would become depressed after something like that. It's really hard to deal with that, especially when you're young. You know, I still feel like today, like, I was a little bit robbed. Like, I never got to meet my dad, really. It sounds weird when you say it, right? Because, of course, I got to meet him. He was around for 20 years. But there's something different about being a young person and having parents, and being an adult and having parents. There's just a big difference. You know, when you're 18 years old, your parents are still your parents. They're still telling you when you have to go to bed, when you have to be back home, when you can do this, when you can do that. You just, you know, they still control a lot. And I never got to meet my dad in the perspective of man to man. I never got to know him as a man. And it's something even today that I really struggle with. It's really, really sad to me that I didn't get to do that. And I hope that that never happens to anyone else, really, but of course it will. That's life. As far as how you handle depression, I just think that the most important thing is just always remember that it's never as bad as you think it is. Like, things are never as bad as they seem like they are. It'll always get better. And sometimes when you're at the bottom, it might seem like it's an insurmountable hill that you have to climb, but it only seems that way because you're at the bottom. It might not be as big as you think it is. And, like, for example, okay, I'm going to tell you guys, I don't normally talk about this, but I think it's okay. I used to tell people in the insurance business about it. I would see my wife's she'd say, "Stop talking about the insurance business. You're crazy." But occasionally I would tell, rarely, depending on how close the connection was with the client, I would let them know, like, the full truth. My dad committed suicide. It wasn't an accident. He just died too young, but he committed suicide. And I have to imagine that he was depressed. He must have been. Had to be part of it. My dad was alcoholic, and he was recovering until he wasn't. And, I was too young to know how big of a deal that was. I really thought that it wasn't that big of a deal. I actually was the only one to know that he was drinking again. I found out, and I didn't say anything. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell my sister. I didn't think it was a big deal, because that was my dad. That's just what he did, and I didn't know. I found out after the fact that, my dad went to Hazleton, which is like a major alcohol recovery place. It's really expensive. He was a pilot, and his company paid to take him to Hazleton and to try to help him recover. But, I've always thought about, like, your mental health as, like, this isolating, or not isolating, what's the word I'm looking for? Oscillating thing. You have peaks and valleys, highs and lows. Like, you're never level. You're never stable. It's never going to be right in the middle. It has to go up and down. You have to have good to have bad. And the problem is that with alcohol, I don't drink. Right? Like, I used to drink when I was in college, and then of course my dad died, and I don't drink anymore. I've avoided alcohol for a long time because it runs in my family. Alcoholism is a serious issue in my family, and I do think it's genetic, and it's just one of those things where if you don't have the gene, and you think that alcoholism is a choice, then you're just wrong. You're wrong. There's something genetically different about the way my body reacts to alcohol and the way that your body, if you're not an alcoholic, reacts to alcohol. My dad had this thing, and it's true, I think, for every alcoholic. One drink is too many. One drink is too... how does that damn saying go? One drink is too many, and 100 is not enough. So, with alcohol, the problem with it, what it does, is it takes those natural, like, highs and lows in your happiness, in that cycle, and it exponentially multiplies them. And let's just say, like, on a graph, XY graph, because again, I'm a math person. Let's say on an XY graph, if your happiness goes below 0, you die. Like, you enter that threshold where you'd be willing to consider death as an alternative, because it's just better. Well, maybe in a natural life, drug-free life, you could never become that sad. But with alcohol, the math gets multiplied, and all of a sudden, being upset about being laid off from your pilot career, and being upset because you've got a 15-year-old daughter who's making bad choices with boys, and then you throw in a few drinks into the mix, and then you die. And I can't tell you how many times I've thought to myself that if my dad could have just made it through that one day, that he would have never have done it. I know it. I've got 3 kids. I absolutely 100% know that if my dad knew my sons and my daughter, he would never consider it. But if you're dealing with depression, if you're dealing with alcoholism, I just think it's very important that you remember that it's not as bad as it might seem right this second. Like, in the future, it'll be different. So yeah, this is a really dark place we are in the stream. Anyway, I hadn't really planned on revealing that, but I hadn't really planned on saying things about how, eugenics is okay. We should do that too. My wife's gonna kill me today. Nothing I say right now really matters because I'll be dead by the end of the day. So we'll just keep saying whatever we want, and I'll see you guys in the next lifetime after my wife kills me. Well, okay, so somebody's summarizing. I did drink, I drank at like 20, but underage drinking, my opinion is that it's pretty stupid that you can't drink till you're 21, but you can sign up to go to war at 18. You can murder for your country, but you can't drink an alcohol. You can't drink any fluid. That's crazy. Drinking ages being, it's bullshit, really. It really is. Like, the states, in the United States, states are supposed to have rights, right, over the federal government. They're supposed to have more power than the federal government, but they don't. The problem is that every time a state moves to lower the drinking age to 15, 16, 18, whatever they think is reasonable, the problem is that if the state doesn't keep the drinking age at 21, which is what the federal government wants it at, then the federal government withholds highway funding. So your choices are either have a reasonable drinking age, and have no money, and not be able to have maintained highways, or do what the federal government says you should do. So there's really no choice in the matter. And most European countries have a lower drinking age. I just think that it's pretty stupid that you can't, if you can go to war for your country, I think you should be able to have a drink. If it's not going to kill you. Like, if you don't have alcohol. If you don't have alcoholism, I think there's really only a few ways to deal with it. You got to either just cut it out of your life completely. I gotta make a conscious choice to just not do it. I know that if I even casually drank, that I would probably end up with a problem. The only way to 100% chance know that I won't have a problem is if I don't give myself the opportunity. But what is your favorite console, Vidya? Vidya? What's a Vidya? A game? Talking about a game? Your favorite console, we'll assume that's game. I don't like consoles. I think consoles they're behind the times the second they're released. I am PC master race the whole way. I don't like consoles at all. I feel like you're far better off spending money on a computer and then buying an emulator, or just waiting for it to be released on the game on the computer than you are to play on a console. But some people love consoles. I don't know why. I like computers. Do you have an opinion on Angry Joe? Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like his style. I like what he does. He's got he's a review type channel, kind of like Total Biscuit is, but he's more willing to call himself someone that does reviews. I do think it's funny how Total Biscuit will swear to high heaven that he doesn't do reviews, even though that's what his channel is. He reviews games. But that's semantics. That's just his thing. He doesn't want to call himself. He doesn't do reviews. He does opinion pieces, or whatever. That one Red Scout. Oh, that's it. Now all you need to do is mention religion, and you will have pushed all the buttons. No. My wife specifically said, don't talk about that one. Mentioned by Northern Lion Let's Play. We're not middle-aged, we're just bald. We're young. Where did you get your outstanding work ethic? Was it from a prior job? I would say that working in the insurance industry, since my wife doesn't want me to talk about it, yes, I got a lot of work ethic from that. You know, I would work 80 to 90 hours a week. It was very common for me to work from 6 in the morning until 8 or 9 o'clock at night, 5 days a week. And then I work on Saturday mornings as well. I'm just very used to working a lot. That's right. You'll be dead by the end of the day. I forgot. You're right, Command Delicious. I forgot that I don't have to worry about tomorrow because murder is on the agenda for dinner. No. We're not going to talk about religion. I have to leave at least one section of the audience not upset with me. I can't talk about everything that pisses people off. People are asking about what kind of t-shirt I'm wearing again. I guess I'll show you one more time. This is a shirt that Paradox sent me. It's from their Paradox store about Crusader Kings 2 and E4. It says, Wood Ravage family line again. And it just shows like different people that you've murdered. It's a Crusader Kings 2 shirt. It's pretty cool. I like that they sent me stuff. It's pretty awesome. People are saying, gonna miss you, man. I know, I'm sorry. Don't worry, there's a backlog. There's like 5,000 videos for you to watch. But I'll be gone after today. Are you planning on doing more multiplayer EU4 with viewers? Could be fun. It's tricky. It's tricky because, like, last time I did it, as the channel gets bigger, it's harder to, like, manage it. Because we had, like, 250 people join it, and the game crashed. We were able to get it to work at, like, 90 people, but... What did you feel inside when you realized that your subscriber count was raising dramatically? Well, I looked at it from a very logical, very mathematical point of view. There's a certain amount of emotion in it, and hope, and excitement. But to me, it's more of a input-output type thing. It's, if you do this, this will happen. And so it's more of a confirmation that things work the way that you expect that they do than it is surprise that they did, you know? Like, when I put out 8 videos a day, every day, for a couple of years, I'm not surprised to see that the numbers are going up. It's confirmed in my mind that this strategy works. Is it the best strategy? Maybe not. I don't know. There's probably a better way to do it. I'm almost 100% chance. So, how do I feel inside? I feel content. I feel happy that the system works the way that it should. What do you use to record? I've used a lot of programs. The program I use the most right now is Shadowplay, which is a beta feature that is available on most new NVIDIA graphics cards. It's free, as long as you have a fairly high-end NVIDIA graphics card. And the reason why I like Shadowplay is because it is essentially a dedicated chip on your graphics card that your graphics card will render out the graphical information to your displays, but it will take this extra chip that's on it and also render it out as a saved file. So your graphics card does all the work, and it's not perfect. Fraps or what's the other one that I was using a lot? DxTory and Fraps both will capture a better image, slightly. Like, you'll notice, if you compare a Fraps video to a Shadowplay video, Shadowplay has a tiny little bit of an issue with the gray quality. It's a little bit muddied. But when you compare that to the ease of recording with Shadowplay versus recording with Fraps, like, if I were to record with Fraps, if I record a 20-minute video with Fraps, it will take about 15 to 20 minutes to encode it down to a reasonable size using Handbrake, and then I have to upload it to YouTube. If I record with Shadowplay, then I can just upload it straight to YouTube. I don't have to do a second encode. Or, if I want to, I can encode it with Handbrake, and it will encode the whole thing in about 3 or 4 minutes, because it's a much smaller file size to start working with. So, I like using Shadowplay simply because it's faster. It really dramatically reduces the amount of work involved with getting a video recorded and then uploaded. So that's the thing. The only drawback is that it doesn't always work. There's some games that it just doesn't pick up, and whenever I need to, I'll fall back on like Fraps for other games. But Fraps doesn't work with everything either. I mean, you have to use multiple pieces of software. The problem with Fraps is that it usually won't pick up your desktop, not properly. Also, another issue with Fraps is that it crashes. If your game crashes, you lose your file. It gets corrupted. And also Fraps takes a huge amount of hard drive space, which isn't a big deal. I've got like 6 terabytes of storage space, specifically because when I built this computer, I was expecting to use Fraps. And I've got them all on a RAID setup, so it's very fast. But I don't use it anymore. I don't need to. Will you be playing Granada for the Reconquista achievement? I think I might. I didn't play that on Iron Man mode, but I basically did the achievement, so I feel pretty confident that I could do it again. Can we see your setup and the PC? Yes, you can. The easiest way to see it is aroomba.tv/about. There's some information about me, and then also a summary of all of the components in the system. I don't like OBS because I don't like OBS. I like OBS for streaming. I am recording this whole stream locally using OBS. They added in the ability to do local recordings simultaneous to your streamed recordings with OBS, but I'm a big fan of Shadowplay. What are some games that underwhelmed you or that I was disappointed by? Stronghold Crusader 2 I thought was pretty meh. Civilization Beyond Earth was very meh. I was not particularly pleased with can't think of what else. Sims, The Sims 4 or 3 or whatever it was that just came out. It was alright. It seemed like a rehash of an old game without all the DLC. It seemed like you missed a lot of stuff. What do you think about the Way of Life DLC for Crusader Kings 2? I am of the opinion that Crusader Kings 2 needs to wrap up its development cycle. I'm happy that they're continuing to support the game, but I think that game has run its course, and it's time to start working on Victoria 3. I think that that team should be moved to another project, and I don't know. I mean, I hope that some of that stuff will be really cool in the game, but I think that it's time for Victoria 3. Alright. We're on question 200 out of 2,400. Once you reveal your face, will you show it more? Also, if you do face cams, how will you cram it into the already packed frame of EU4? I like to know stats and would rather not miss any info if possible. I don't intend to do face cams on videos. I think that occasionally, what I might start doing, now that my face is out there, I may start doing face cams on Aroomba's Agendas series, simply because that's the only place that I could think of that might make sense. But as far as like the games that I play, you don't need to see my face to do EU4. I may do it when I stream. Maybe. Probably not. Are you looking forward to any big name games released in the future? Yeah, Victoria 3. Whenever it gets announced and developed. It's going to be a big name game. It's going to be huge. Somebody's saying in chat, I have a pretty wall behind me. That is actually, this is acoustic sound foam. I've got it kind of rotated 90 degrees every other so that it looks nice. But that is sound tiles to try to make the room sound better. Someone says, why not? You are quite good looking, no homo. Good, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm mostly bald. What is the name of your favorite song you played earlier? My favorite song? I don't know that I did play it. A bit of a personal question, but I think that's the point of this Ask Me Almost Anything. What is your favorite lifestyle change that occurred to you that came with being a YouTuber? And do you notice any differences on yourself now that you have 100,000 minions to command? I've never thought of them as minions, but that is kind of funny. My favorite lifestyle change is that, unlike most careers, I set my own schedule. I set a very rigorous schedule, but I set my own schedule. So if my wife says that we have some event on a Thursday or a Friday or any day, it doesn't matter. I can be there. I can be at every soccer game. I can be anywhere. It doesn't matter. I can work with it. I'm a completely autonomous person. There's no one dictating my schedule but myself. And that's really, really nice. I also like the fact that I'm earning, I'm doing my job every day. Even if I don't work. I have income on Saturdays and Sundays, and it's just all the time. It's a big change from a 9-to-5 job where you're making X number of dollars for every hour that you're there. For me, it's different. It's just every day is a day. It's kind of nice. It's a big change. What server do you play on in World of Warcraft? I don't play anymore, but when I did play, I played on Boulder Fist. Alright, I'm trying to find questions that we haven't already covered. What would you do to improve Factorio apart from make it less addictive? I think it needs a fleshed out endgame. It needs more complexity. I think that a feature I'd like to see in Factorio would be to be able to have trains make more decisions. Like if you could have it go to a station based on resources. If you could wire up trains, that'd be cool. What do you use to auto-upload? I think that's a pretty big misconception about how YouTube works. People assume that either I don't sleep, because there's a video every 3 hours, how could you possibly sleep? Or they assume that I use some sort of an auto-uploader, which that's not how it works. The way that it works is you upload your videos to YouTube, and when they're first uploaded, they go into your YouTube channel, and they're private. Unless you choose to share them, they're private videos. And if a video is private, and it's never been shared before, there's an option to schedule it. You can schedule it to go live at a certain time. So I'm not using an auto-uploader, and I'm not not sleeping. I just upload a ton of videos all at once, and then I schedule them with a specific time slot that they will be revealed. How are you managing to do all these videos each day? Well, on an average day, I'll record anywhere from 8 to 16 videos. On a day where I'm trying to get ahead, I can average as many as 24 videos in one day. And if you do the math on that, we're talking on the high end, let's say each video is 20 minutes long. Let's say we record 24 videos. That's 480 minutes, 80 minutes in an hour. We're talking 8 hours of pure recording. Let's say we take a 2 to 4 minute break, maybe 5 minutes in between each video. You're looking at 24 videos, 23 minutes, 23 breaks in between videos. So 23 times 5 minutes. So an extra 2 hours. That's about a 10-hour day. I get in my office. I start working in the office at about 8:30, and I'm done at 5. So we've got 5 hours in the afternoon plus 3.5 hours in the morning. That's an 8.5-hour day. Did I say 80 minutes in an hour? I divided by 60. I might have said 80. Let's do the math again. 20 times 24 videos, 480 minutes divided by 60 minutes in an hour. It's 8 hours. Yeah, I just said the wrong thing. But so that's on the high end. And every video is not 20 minutes. Sometimes they're 15 to 20. So that's how I do it. I just record all the time. I just record 8 hours a day. What do you think? What do you think about the way that famous YouTubers use their fame to get views without putting effort into their videos? Well, there's only like a couple types of YouTube channels that I really dislike. I really don't like channels that do pranks on people. Like, and they call them pranks, but they're not really pranks. Like where they just like harass people on the street and they think it's funny. I really dislike that stuff. But, you know, at the end of the day, big channels are big for a reason, and big channels are going to leverage their size. They're going to use that to make money. You know, like one of the biggest channels on YouTube is Jenna Marbles, and she's just an attractive blonde girl who does stupid videos about makeup and whines and talks about her dog. Can you fault her? She's a attractive blonde on YouTube. People watch her videos just because they click the thumbnail because it's a picture of her. She's an attractive blonde. I mean, there you go. That's all there is to it. Shocking. Sex sells. Amazing, right? Who would have thought? Should I just start putting my face on all my thumbnails? Do you think that all the women in the world would click on the thumbnails because my bald head is on the video? I can't do it. I'm not an attractive woman. I can't just put my face on a thumbnail and have people watch it. But if you look at like not Quill18, if you watch Sexy Phil, who does news commentary, you can watch and you can see that he's very specific about the thumbnails that he uses. There's almost always a woman. Almost always a face, and usually whenever possible it's a face of a woman, and it's been proven that that people click on faces. Our brains are hardwired to identify faces. And so, okay, now everyone's saying yes, do it. I should just put my face on the YouTube thumbnails. Alright, well, sorry, Sergio, I guess you're fired. From now on, I'm just going to put my face on every picture, on every thumbnail. When did you begin to lose your hair, and why have you not shaven your head? I started losing my hair when I was 18. I remember my friend Ben, my best friend Benjamin, he said I had a bald spot in the center of my head, and I thought he was lying. I thought he was just being a jerk. And turns out he wasn't, because I was already losing my hair at 18. Okay, hey, so my wife said I shouldn't do this, so I should certainly do it, again, because she's going to kill me at the end of the day. Some people wanted to know what I looked like when I had hair. So let's appease the people. Do you guys want to see? Should I show you, or should I just let's just not do that? Maybe we should not do that. We'll do something else. All right, there's the first yes. There's a 20-second delay on chat. Oh yes. Oh gosh, this chat spam. Alright, fine. I do love teasing, it's a lot of fun, plus it gives me a chance to rest my voice. You guys gotta remember, I've been talking for 3 hours straight. Give me a little leeway here. You might think that talking is not hard, but when you're talking non-stop, it's a long time. Alright, so here's what I looked like when I was 18. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I didn't age well, did I? Anyway. Lost all my hair. That was 18. That was when I was starting to lose my hair. Someone's saying you were in sync? What? Make that the thumbnail. Yeah, people would click that. Someone disagrees with the Jenna Marbles comment, says that she's awesome and blonde. So I think that people Mathis says, "Oh, you know, I took a picture of that." Just don't sleep with it under your pillow, Mathis. That'd be crazy. I think that people are a product of their environment. Like you look like you look because of your environment and the environment you put yourself in. He says he screenshotted the shit out of that picture. Nice. You'll just have to watch the stream, or watch the rehost or the video or whatever. The problem is that I don't do now what I used to do. Back then I was in soccer, I was in swimming, did a lot of stuff, did a lot of sports. Now I'm just 30. I sit in my office studio and I play video games. Should work out. Makes me want to go work out. Should go work out. You guys want to work out? Let's go work out. Should go do some push-ups and sit-ups. Did I min-max flirting too to find the optimal wife? That's a funny story, and one I should definitely tell, because that way she'll definitely kill me. I'll tell you the same story that I told my clients as part of my personal prestige when I was in the insurance industry. Alright, so you guys remember that I mentioned that I had a German exchange student, right? Okay, so I was in 10th grade. We had a German exchange student, his name was Philip. He was from Germany, he's awesome. And to this day, he's like a brother to me. He was at my wedding, he was at my sister's wedding, I've met him in Frankfurt. I mean, he's a brother, basically. Right? So, that was when I was in 10th grade. I was the first exchange student of our family. Keep in mind, 10th grade, my dad was alive, he was around, that's what we did. It was awesome. Fantastic experience. Best experience we ever had up until that point. And so then, in my senior year, my mom and dad decided, hey, we had a really good time with Philip, we should probably have another exchange student. We had a boy last time. We should get a girl. We should get a girl exchange student this time. So, if you have no experience with exchange students, if you don't know how that process works, let me run you through the system, how it works. So, let's say you're a student and you want to become an exchange student. You submit your information to a Rotary or to an exchange student organization of some sort, and what they will do is they'll place you with a household that will take care of you for the time that you're in vacation. Or not vacation, but you're an exchange student. So, my wife, you can see where this is going. My wife wanted to be an exchange student. So she submitted all of her information, right? I'm in 12th grade, and I'm thinking to myself, well, if some girl's going to come live in our house for a year, at the very least, she should be pretty. I mean, seemed reasonable to me. She should be pretty. So, what they do is the exchange student companies will send you this huge packet of information about the students, where they're from, how tall they are, how much they weigh, do they like dogs, are they allergic to cats, like, are they into sports, do they smoke, do they speak English, how good's their English, that kind of thing, like everything you could possibly want to know about a person. And so I'm 16 or whatever, I was in senior year, and I just went through it and I just found the prettiest one, found the prettiest girl in the whole pile, and I worked on my sales skills at that time and said, Mom, Dad, this is the one we need to get here. I think she'd be perfect. And so they didn't see through my ploy. They accepted, and that's how we picked her out. Now I will admit that I had honest intentions. Like I literally just figured, she's gonna be here, she'll be pretty, I can look at her, it'll be great. That's about it. I also kind of thought maybe if she's really pretty, like she'd become friends with all the other pretty girls at school, and maybe I could become friends, date one of them or something. But it's all her fault, because it took her all of 4 weeks to decide that she liked me, and then it was all her fault. I was perfectly content to be her host brother, and just be her host brother. But she changed all that. Now, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to date your exchange student. Fortunately for us, her coordinator, which is the name of the person that works at the exchange student company, who kind of takes care of making sure everything's going well. Her coordinator had a son. No. Her coordinator had a daughter who had fallen in love with her host, like with her brother or something. And so her coordinator kind of turned the other cheek and just ignored it. But that's how we met. Why are we talking about my wife? I'm dead. I'm a dead man. Oh, somebody had asked me if I had min-maxed finding my wife. Yes, well, kind of basically did. She's here, so she should be pretty. It's true. Let's see, people are saying Arumba's life is Crusader Kings 2. It just is. That's funny. Do you think that Total Biscuit and your background being similar results in similar approaches to YouTube? TB is very into analytics and playing the YouTube game. I think I already kind of mentioned that. Yeah, I think so. I think that, you know, he'll play games and do video series based on how well they're being received, and he's very conscientious of how the reception of his campaigns are. And I try to do that too. How old were you when you started losing your hair or shaving your head, and what advice would you have for other people who start losing their hair? Excuse me. Well, I guess one of the questions somebody had asked earlier, they said, when did you start losing your hair? Like 18. I've shaved my head a couple times, but my wife doesn't like it. She thinks that I look like a cancer patient, and so she won't let me. And I don't, it's not an argument that I care to win. So I'll just, I mean, at the end of the day, it's my head. If I wanted to shave it, I could. But who wants to deal with the scorn of the woman of your life if you don't have to? I'd rather just not. It's just not an argument worth fighting. So, and she also doesn't particularly like the beard thing. Like, she prefers for me to not have any facial hair. But I feel like that makes me look like I'm 16. So, although looking like I'm 18 would be nice. Can we see your wife? No. Not unless, I'm not going to do that unless she says yes. I'm not going to risk that. That would most certainly cause me to die. Roomba, my friend, watching you and laughing a lot. So my question is, who are you? Why would you play Project Zomboid with Mathis? I don't know what that game is. That's one of those games that he and Northern Lion play. They play a lot of like Twitch-based, like fast reaction time, little indie games, and they're not really my thing. I'll leave that market to them. Do I like waffles? I do. I especially like the waffles that my wife makes. She likes to make waffles with a waffle maker that she has that she broke. But don't worry, she got a new one. Do you feel compassion for some of the little countries or any country in EU4? Compassion how? Like, to not let them die? I do think it's kind of unfair how hard it is, as most of the other countries that aren't European, that aren't Catholic. That's kind of how life was in the real world. Like, Catholicism was just brutal. He was just brutal, or it was brutal towards other religions. The way that they expanded the divine right of kings and all that nonsense. So, apparently Mathis thinks that I was the most gorgeous in my teens. Oh God, you bastard, you put that on Imager. You little... Mathis! You are... I'm not happy about you. Oh, no. We're not talking about religion. I'm talking about Catholicism in EU4 and how brutal they were with the Crusades. Nothing to do with religion. Talk about a video game. Arumbo07, nice computer-generated face, but we all know that you're an AI. Clearly, yeah. I'm a Roomba. Here's a picture of me. Your picture is already on Reddit. I hope it's not on any kind of sub-forum that matters. It's just what, the Roomba subreddit. You guys... I hope this wasn't a mistake. I will say that I've been saying for a long time that I do the subscriber facecam thing at 100,000, but I hope that it doesn't change things. I hope that the channel continues to just be the way that it is. I don't really want it to be different. But maybe it'll be a change for the better. I don't know. All things change with time. I want to see what that little snake Mathis is talking about now. He calls me, he acts like I'm the sneaky one, the snake, but he's being pretty active on Twitter. Time to make a 10-hour-long video of just Arumba 07 18-year-old pic and make so much money. Watch, Mathis is going to start using my picture on his thumbnails. That's great. Oh, man. I'm bald now, but I had hair before, so it all averages out, right? Arumba, have you ever been attacked by a zebra before? And are you, or have you ever been a zebra? It's a good question. I don't know. We could talk about the afterlife. That could upset a few people. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to upset all groups equally. I don't think there is an afterlife. I don't know. I'm the type of person, I just think that this is it. We have one life. I don't think I'm a reincarnated zebra. Pretty sure I'm not. I'm pretty sure I'd remember being a zebra if I had been a zebra before. I think that when we die, it's actually kind of scary to me. I think it just stops. I think life just ends. And it all goes black. And there is nothing else. And it's really sad to me because it's like playing a game of Dota, right? Like, let's say that a game of Dota is life. It's your entire life. Your entire life kind of compressed into this little 45-minute thing. But in Dota, when you're done with the game, you can play again. It's like you can live another life. You could play another game. So imagine you're playing Dota, right? And when the game ends, whether it was a good game or a bad game, when it ends, it just ends. And there's nothing else. You never get to do it over again. Ever. If you made mistakes, if you played poorly, if you had bad packet loss, you were just dealt a crap hand and you had a bad game, then too bad. That was it. That would be really sad. So I guess what I take away from it is, I don't know, I think it's important to live like you don't have another chance. I don't think that there is anything else. And it's one of those things where if I'm wrong, I'd rather be wrong. I would really rather be wrong. I would rather that there is an afterlife, but I think it's better to bank on the idea that there isn't, and then if there is, be pleasantly surprised. Because you just hate to get to the end of your life and then be like, crap, I wasn't wrong. Like, there really is no afterlife. Like, I've been living like I get to reroll. I get to play again. You know, it's the same way I play Dota. It's the same way I play most games, is that I always play the game like there's still a chance to win. I never give up. I don't care if we're down 20 deaths or whatever. I don't care. I will always play as hard as I possibly can because you just never know if you could come out and can turn the game around. Like, I'm actually reading Twitter right now more than most other stuff. Remember your past. You guys are not cool. At Mathis Games, guys like you are the reason Aruma never did this kind of stuff. No, Mathis is becoming a little thorn in my side right here. He's causing problems. I have to have a serious chat with him. Well, let's see. You need to mention race, feminism, and Obama, and then you'll win the Controversy of the Day award. All right, let's quickly do that. Race isn't real. If you compare black, white, Hispanic, Portuguese, Mexican, whatever, compare all the different races, they're not real. It's just a made-up line in the sand. We're all the same. Like, we are 99.99% the same DNA, and I think that the concept of race is stupid. I think it's just an idiotic thing that people fight over. It's ridiculous. We're all the same people. We're all the same species. I think what we need as a species, as humans, is we need an alien out there that we can fight. We can go fight someone else, and that way we'd stop fighting each other. Like, if Independence Day happened, and all of a sudden just like this big-ass ship came into the air, and then it was like, okay, these guys want to kill us, maybe we should stop killing each other, and we should focus on, like, you know, not dying. We should fight them. I think that people, like, create subgroups of a bigger group. Like, if you're in, like, let's say you're in high school. We had an East school, an East junior high, and a West junior high. Absolutely 100% chance that if you went to East, you hated the West students. They were all bastards, and we had to beat them at the state championship. It was always us versus them at the state championship. We had to beat them, and they were all just not good people, and we were better than they were. And that rivalry was just, you know, it was a small town rivalry. And then when you went to college, you know, University of Michigan competes in basketball with the University of Michigan State, but they compete with Ohio State for football. But notice how, like, the size, the scope got a little bit bigger. And then if you compare professional football, you've got different states that compete. And then if you look at, like, soccer, you've got different countries that compete. All we need is we just need some aliens we can play soccer with. You know? If we could do that, then everything would be better. Everyone would stop fighting and we'd all be friends. We just need a bigger thing to fight over. Alright, so feminism and Obama. Feminism. Yeah, women have rights. Women should be equal. They should be treated equal. It's a fact of life that men are stronger than women are, so that's just the way that we're built genetically. It's kind of silly to me that there's some examples of reverse... What's the term? Like, when a woman says that they should be paid the same amount as a man, I agree. Assuming they're doing the same amount of work. Now, if you've got a woman and a man who are both being lumberjacks, and the lumberjack man is chopping down more trees than the lumberjack woman, I disagree. The man should make more money. But if we're talking about, like, engineering, like coding or something, and they're both doing the same amount of work, pay them the same amount of money. Makes sense. I think it's silly for anything else to be the case. Along those lines, since again I'm trying to piss people off, not really, but I just know I'm going to die today, so might as well say it, is that, you know, like if a woman thinks it's okay for her to hit a man or slap a man, but it's not okay for a man to hit a woman, I think that's wrong. I think that if a woman is going to hit a man, she should expect that she's going to get hit back, because that's not fair. It's not fair to say, well, you know, feminism only goes one way. It doesn't. It goes both ways. Equal rights. Alright, so I'm so far behind in chat now that I've got to go check this out. See, I want to see the responses to this. They took our jobs! Just tuned in. We need aliens to play soccer against. That's right. I say soccer because I'm from the United States. And people from the United States know I'm talking about soccer. They're talking about football soccer. We play football, which is football. It's different. And then I know football is just it's a silly argument. You know what I meant. Now, Obama and religion left, and you can end the stream. Yeah. Artificial pay equality is not good. I agree. Bans definitely incoming. Oh, that's funny. I'm making this so hard for the moderators. Can we talk about space? Absolutely. Here's what we need to do. Okay, here's the game plan. Let's just Let's just pool our collective resources and energy and tap all of our resources and just make it so that the United States government, for example, spends, say, I don't know, 10% less on nukes and takes that money and we spend it on NASA. Sounds good to me. If we could go ahead and spend, some more money on space, that would be awesome. Apparently Mathis is taking advantage of me. Military, you mean? Okay, so where are we at? Questions. That'd be like 200,000 or 20,000% of their current budget. That'd be perfect. Every dollar you spend on space, every dollar you spend on NASA is worth like $3 back in investment in like inventions, and I don't know what the next number is, but it doesn't matter. It's more than one. Every dollar you spend on space is better than you get money back. They should just spend tons of money on it. Like if I were, let's just say I controlled the country, I controlled the world. What if I was a world leader, right? And I was looking at us as a species, and I was saying, okay, so how can the United States, or how can the world, all people, do better? I would say, okay, fossil fuels, probably something we should move away from. Renewable energy, probably something we should move toward. I would say that getting off this planet so that if a big, huge asteroid comes and blows us up, we don't all die, probably pretty high on the priority list. I'd say that we should focus on colonizing Mars. We should get a lunar landing thing going. We should have something up there. We should learn how to do terraforming. We have all these books and movies and ideas about how it should be or how it could be done. Let's go do it. Let's go try it. Let's figure out how to make it happen. If we could get on Mars, then that infinitely increases the likelihood of humanity surviving into the future. Because you never know. You could turn on the TV tomorrow and find out that we just discovered that an absolutely massive asteroid is on a collision course with Earth, and it's going to be here in 20 years, and life on Earth is dead. We're all dead. Game over. And there's nothing we can do about it. We have 20 years to prepare, and we're probably not going to be able to fix it. That could happen. That could be tomorrow. But if we had, say, people on Mars, we could say that, yeah, Earth's screwed. Let's vacate Earth and go to Mars. Let's not put all our eggs in one basket. Now, on the matter of intergalactic travel and being able to, do the whole speed of light thing, I don't know. I think we need to do some more experimentation there, but at the very least, we got to get to Mars. Check out sentinelmission.org. Cool. But I also think, there'd be some pretty profound changes on society as well if we actually had colonies on other planets. In going back to that whole race thing we talked about for a moment, just imagine if you weren't so concerned about which country you were from, and you were more concerned about which planet you were from. What if it wasn't, I'm an American? What if it was, I'm an Earthian? I'm from Earth. I'm from Mars. I'm from the moon. I'm a lunar resident. Then we could stop caring about race. We could stop caring about religion, and we could stop caring about the differences between one group of people and the next. We could just be more focused on, everything else. But I also think that, we should take better care of the people that are on the planet. We should work on solar. We should work on more renewable food sources, and I think that genetic manipulation of crops is really good. We should probably worry about maybe feeding some of the African people. Maybe getting them some medicine. Maybe fix that whole AIDS thing. Maybe worry about Ebola. Might not be a bad idea to take care of that malaria. Maybe the tuberculosis. There's some problems. We've got some problems on the planet, and no one seems to care. Because in the United States, we've got McDonald's and we've got, the newest cell phone. And so we can just kind of turn a blind eye to all the bad stuff that's happening in the world. Advisor. He says, the Emperor... Okay, it's just, where to go? Sir, we have no money, Arumba, but space! We need to go to space. I'm telling you, if you look it up, you'll find that every dollar spent on space research and travel pays back more than you spent. It's true, there's so many good things that came about from what we did with funding NASA. Oh, and that's actually a great point. Somebody had asked, like, what game I think would be really cool. Paradox needs to make a space-based history simulator. And that might sound strange because history is supposed to be in the past, but it just needs to be a Clausewitz engine space-based game. It would be amazing. It would be so cool. It really would. You could start off present day, 2015, and it could be the Great Space Race. Just take all of the good things from EU4 and CK2 and Victoria 2 and put them into the future. They could call it, I don't know, Future Universalis or something. That'd be so cool. I would play the crap out of that game. Paradox, get started on that. I'm going to tell them about that in February. Future Universalis. It's the deal. Sign it up. Make it a hashtag. Make it a thing. Let's get Paradox making that game like right away. No, it's not Civilization. Civilization did it wrong. Civilization did it way wrong. Civilization Beyond Earth was boring. I didn't like that. It was a dumb game. It was silly. You know, we need the Clausewitz engine version of it. Universe Universalis. I like Future Universalis better, personally. Not because it's my idea, but I just like it. I like the way that it sounds. Universe Universalis is just too redundant. It's the redundant department of redundancy. You could just call it Future Versalis. How would you spell that? Future Versalis. No, it'd have to be two words. Future Versalis doesn't sound very cool. Future Universalis. Quill says, okay, Quill's finally responding. He says, those eyes. So Quill's hot for my eyes. Cool. He likes my eyes. And now I know what kind of eye... He's an eye guy. I will wink at him in Sweden. Okay. So how's chat doing? We're back up to 3,800 people. So I'd say that we're doing okay. Wow, it feels like chat is kind of like freaking out a little bit. It's not letting me go to the bottom. Here we go. Okay. Well, I hate to take another break right now. It's only been an hour and a half since the last break, but I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been drinking the Mountain Dew. You know. So you guys think, are you referring? Yeah, the Clausewitz engine. That's the actual engine that Paradox uses for their games. I think they're on Clausewitz 2.0. You have a very subtle humor that I don't think you even know. You see, I don't think I'm very funny. I think they're like Northern Line's funny. Quill's kind of funny. Mathis is funny. Northern Line's the funniest. When I think of Northern Line, I think he's funny. And he's got a good sense of humor, and he can just say funny things whenever he wants. I have to consciously like decide to try to be funny, and then it's hit or miss on the delivery. So I don't really think I'm a funny person, which is why I don't play Minecraft. I don't try to do the official Nerd Cube Minecraft thing. All right, I'm gonna go take a quick, like, 2 or 3 minute restroom break. If I don't come back, it's because my wife's gonna murder me between now and the restroom. And so, if you don't see me in 5 minutes, just you can log off. It's good. We're done. But yeah, I'll be right back again, and we'll continue. So I'll be back in a minute. No, no, don't worry. I'm back. people, people are saying we should call 911. So, my wife didn't kill me. She actually said something I was very surprised to hear. She said that it's fun to watch, which is really funny to me. I said that's maybe now you understand why there's like 100,000 people that watch these videos. She oh, have I really had 3 of these things? Damn, I'm drinking too much Mountain Dew. So yeah, that's funny. I mean, she certainly doesn't watch me play Europa Universalis 4. So how are we doing on that Future Universalis thing? Is Paradox... Are they started on it? Have they started the program yet? Are they making it? Is it happening yet? At Paradox Interactive, it's time to get started on Future Universalis. The concept sounds pretty awesome. Let's make this happen. Insurance Universalis. No. No. Future Universalis at PDX Interactive. Talk to Roomba about a new game. Sounds like a slam dunk. Take my money. Roomba07, your thoughts on colonizing Mars. Check this. If I get a response from Paradox, I'll be pretty happy. Future Universalis, make it so. Heck, I'll even help design the interface. I'll make sure that it's slam dunk. I do seem much more relaxed because I'm not scared my wife's going to kill me. I thought she was going to be really pissed when I went out there. I actually was, but she recognizes I'm getting pretty tired. I was planning on going until about 6 today, like up to 6 hours, but I think they were going to go do some thing and ended up staying home because my wife got distracted and she started watching this. Did we lose 1,000? Wow, we lost 1,000 viewers. We lost a lot of people. Don't take breaks. It's rule number 1. Don't leave the stream. But yeah, we'll wrap it up pretty soon. Probably about a half hour, maybe. We've covered a lot of good questions. Let's do this. I'm gonna continue going through some of the questions that were submitted. We're starting to see quite a few of them that are repeats. But how about if the moderators could maybe submit a couple of the extra questions that maybe I missed that you think are important, that we should definitely cover. Knowing that the stream's going to end fairly soon, let's make sure we spend the last little bit covering in good questions, important questions. So, if you guys could submit a few more of those, you guys know where to put them. I'll go there. What's the secret to a happy marriage? I actually I asked that question to a lot of my clients. I worked with seniors. I was in the insurance business for 6 years. I worked with senior citizens. And I would always ask that question because it was always an easy way to get the client to talk. It was a good question. You know, like, what do you know, Mr. Smith, you've been married for 30 years. What would you say the number one reason is, or the number one secret to having a happy marriage? You would always be cautious, though. You'd never ask that question if they weren't happy with their marriage, because it'd be a foolish step. But, I think rule number 1 is your wife's always right. Even when she's wrong, she's right. It's not a contest. You don't need to be right. Don't treat it like it's a competition. I think you have to always be on the same page with when it comes to raising your kids. They need to have good reinforcement from both parents. And you have to spend time. You have to date your wife. Date her like she's not yours yet. Gotta try to do that more. I try sometimes, but it's really hard. I don't have a lot of time. We got 3 kids. It makes it really difficult. Yes, I do play card games on Natural Causes. They're on YouTube. I'm still waiting for that response from Paradox. Where's A Spec? I want to see him. Roger. We've started it. Yeah, let's see. Alright, I'm just going to look for the next question that makes sense to answer. Why don't you play more Factorio? Well, that's the type of game that is, it's good, there's an audience for it, but it's not the primary focus of the channel. So if I put more Factorio on the channel than is warranted, then it's bad for the overall performance of the channel. Now, if I played Factorio for a long period of time and the percentage of people that watch the channel are more focused on Factorio, then I could potentially increase the amount of Factorio content, but it's a game like any other, you know? Picture it like in Factorio. Like, let's say you've got, I don't know, a certain amount of copper and a certain amount of iron production, and all of a sudden you start making a whole bunch of things that use copper and you don't use copper, or you don't have enough copper. It doesn't make sense. You have to strategically expand the channel. Future Universalis would be FU, so rethink the title. That's true. That's true. You could have like FU1, FU2. That wouldn't be good. Assuming you look into things like that. What's a synonym for future? Let's go look it up. I want to get this. I want to nail this down. Great song. Forthcoming, imminent. Imminent, impending, planned, perspective. Apparently, ultimate can mean future. Okay, so ultimate as an adjective. Last, furthest or farthest, ending a process or series, maximum, decisive, conclusive, highest, not subsidiary, final, total. You could just call it Ultimate Universalis. That'd be cool. I have been talking about a lot of weird stuff today. I agree. Eternal Universalis? That'd still be EU. So if somebody was trying to say EU5, it'd be, which one are you talking about? That wouldn't make sense. You know Paradox, they're going to want to put Universalis in it. Probably. Anyway, let's talk about something else. I do think that that'd be cool. I would play the crap out of that game. Okay, do you think they should make a new Europa Universalis Rome? I don't know, I feel like EU4 is pretty good. They've got a lot of lifetime in that game cycle yet. How many pairs of shoes do you possess? Oh gosh, I still have all my shoes from the insurance industry. I've got maybe 5 or 6 pairs of black shoes, and those are nice. Still have all my suits and ties and cufflinks and all that stuff. Haven't used them in a couple years now. As far as actual like shoes that I usually keep, maybe 3 or 4, but my wife always buys shoes. I don't. We have a pile of shoes, a massive pile. It's designed to cause you to trip as you come into the garage, into the door. Just a big pile of shoes. It's an obstacle course, really. It's an agility test to make sure that you don't have poor agility, because if you do, you fall down and break your face. That's why my wife has. If Paradox were developing a new grand strategy IP, what would you want to see most? That's actually what we were talking about. I would like to see Clausewitz Engine future. It'd be so cool. Okay, let's talk about it for a second. Like, what would the scope be? How big would it need to be? See, if you made it so that it was just within the galaxy, you could treat like Mars and the Moon as colonial nations, essentially, like places you could colonize, kind of like in Europa Universalis 4. But then if you try to go beyond that, then the scale gets so big that maybe it would be difficult to do. So maybe you should just start bigger. And they could do aliens. It would have to be completely sci-fi. Like, just get rid of the whole notion of historical realism. It's just future based. And let's assume that there are aliens out there. There's got to be. I think it'd have to be at least the galaxy, at least like the Milky Way. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to like creating games, like you could rip off features from pretty much every other title and just change them a little, and then that's how you make games, really. You take the best of everything, like, you know, what are they going to do? Make a space-based game without terraforming? Like, we understand terraforming is a strategy or concept in space-based games, so they could just, but what I think is important is it needs that Clausewitz engine feel to it. That's what it needs. You know, like Civilization is turn-based, which is just different. This could be the next big mod for EU4. Hey, I'd play it. If somebody made this in the EU4 engine, that'd be fine. You can make a bigger map. You could redo the map. I do realize how big our galaxy is. Yes. We would have to make some assumptions. We'd have to be able to accept and suspend our disbelief that things like traveling through space at the speed of light or greater is impossible. Like, we'd have to find a way to make it possible. You know, like, Endless Space kind of utilized wormholes, which is not even proven if that's possible. And then, of course, they somehow managed to travel faster than the speed of light. I don't really care. I don't have to matter. Would you be so kind and read this? Grzegorz Brzekizakiswix. It's about as best I can do. You're welcome. I don't know if that's a real name, but if it is, holy crap. If you were given $1 for every subscriber, what would you do with that money? Red Arimer has become a subscriber. That's an interesting question. If you were given $1 for every subscriber, what would you do with that money? So we'd be talking about like $101,000. Just spur of the moment, out of nowhere. If I was just given $100,000 because of the number of subs I have, I would treat it like lottery winnings. I would probably spend 10 or 20% of it right on the spot. Because when you get a large sum of money, it's been proven with like lottery winners that if you don't have a plan, that you'll lose it all and you'll actually end up being broke. So I'd spend 10 or 20% of it right away, and then I'd put the rest of it into an account that couldn't be touched at all. Put it into a trust, and then put some strict guidelines on it that say, like, you can draw the interest off of it, but you can't access the principal. And then that money would be there for the future. For my dynasty. For my family. Or, if it was specifically for, like, YouTube, and, like, the fact that it was from YouTube, I don't know, maybe I'd spend that money on the channel, you know. Buy a whole bunch of games and give them all away. That kind of thing. I'd still take 80% of it and set aside. Yeah, Spore was a miserable title. It had so much potential. Spore was so... I was so excited about Spore. Are you still working in the health insurance industry? No. I haven't been in the insurance business at all for about 15 months now. What is the most beautiful number in the world? Most beautiful number. Well, a number of memes come to mind. 42. But I would have to say I like the number 12. You know, there's many arguments for why we should have a base 12 number system. You know, we're base 10 because because we have 10 fingers. But 12 would be a really convenient number, because 12, if you divide it by 2, it's 6. If you divide it by 3, it's 4. If you divide it by 4, it's 3. If you divide it by 6, it's 2. I mean, there's just so many fractions you can work with. You've got 75%, 2/3, you've got a half, you've got a 12th. I mean, it would be really convenient. 12 is a good number. Somebody asks on this question, what do you look like? Well, I'm a middle-aged, well, young middle. I'm nearly 30-year-old. Oh my god, you said the same answer as me. Did you say 12? What was I just saying? I forgot completely. I'm getting kind of tired. It's been 4 hours. You might not think it's hard, but it is. We were talking about something. What do I look? I'm a like 30-year-old guy. I got no hair. I guess maybe this guy's blind. Why would he ask this question on the stream? He might be. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Well, are you talking about African or European? You're the knights who say ni. A very weird one. Do you sit or stand when you wipe? It's a common question on Reddit. I've never understood how you can stay sitting down. Let me just say that. I don't know how you can wipe while sitting down. That's very strange to me. It's a completely foreign concept. I wasn't even aware it was possible until I saw those Reddit threads. Now cue everyone in chat saying, wait a minute, what? You can wipe while sitting down? And then there's going to be a whole bunch of people, wait, what? You don't stay sitting down? Like, the earth is split 50-50 on this concept. Do you ever feel stressed to put up videos, and how are you keeping it up to put out 4 videos a day? I put out 8, but sometimes when I'm not really into a series, it is a bit of a chore to record for a campaign that I don't want to play, but I try my best to not just let too many series just drop off the face of the planet, because I know that it really irritates someone when they get invested in a series and it... Yeah, see, there's a bunch of people, you can wipe while standing up? Wait, what? You can wipe standing? It's so funny. Every time, this is a comment, every time people are so confused. Oh, man. But, okay, so how are you keeping up with putting out videos every day? Like, I don't like to have series just end out of the blue because people get invested in it and they want to see it completed. And it's kind of... It'd be like a TV show, just like quitting in the middle and not completing. It's bad, I think, to wrap up series without letting them finish. What is your favorite non-Paradox soundtrack? I really like the acoustic stuff from Hans Zimmer. Like, I really liked the Gladiator soundtrack. I like the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack was awesome. So was that other movie. What was it called? Inception. Soundtrack to Inception was awesome. Really good stuff. Who's your favorite character from Red vs. Blue? Caboose. 100%. I loved Caboose. He was awesome. And he was never even officially named. They just started calling him Caboose. It's great. If you could start your channel all over again, what would you do differently? I would have been a little bit more aggressive about initial collaboration. I think that was part of one of the things that really started to help the channel out was when I started collaborating with other channels. I would have been more confident in the beginning. Somehow, if I could have been. I think everyone starts out with a lack of confidence, but being uncertain, being unsure is a bad thing. What do you regret the most in your life? What is your credit card number? Would you like my social security number as well? That reminds me of the guy. You guys remember that guy who had that Social Security protection company, and he like advertised his Social Security number everywhere and said like, you can't crack my Social Security, you can't steal my identity. You guys remember what happened to him? Somebody stole his identity. It's so funny. That's funny. So what do you regret the most in your life? I regret not having said something to my mom about my dad. I take a lot of the blame, even though it's not my fault. I just feel like if I had done something, maybe it would be different. Are you actually Northern Line, and how do you feel about 69? I'm not Northern Line, in fact. One of these days you'll see a picture of us both on the same thing. And then you'll be able to see both of us at the same time. How did you and your wife meet? We already covered that. Am I a Cylon? Maybe. Maybe. I could be a sleeper agent. I don't know. I don't think I am, but I could be. A couple questions later. Are you sure you're not a Cylon? Absolutely certain you're not a Cylon, because I'm pretty sure you're not human. At this rate, how long will it take to reach 1 million subscribers? Well, let's go update the spreadsheet and see just how long it takes to get there. Okay, at present growth, we'll expand it out, say, until 2017, and see where that gets us. Ooh, I was close. Let's push it out a couple more months. Assuming present growth continues at the rate that it is right now, based on these extrapolations, we'd be looking at January 17th, 2017, we'll hit 1 million subscribers. Now, whether or not that's accurate, very unlikely. The growth of a YouTube channel slows down the bigger it gets. And I believe the reason for that is that, let's say that of your subscriber base, and this, hey, I'm going to piss my wife off again, is just like the insurance business. Let's say you have 1 million subscribers. I would be willing to bet that only 15 to 30% of those subscribers are active. They're highly active, engaged subscribers. The vast majority of them are not. And so as the channel gets bigger, the ratio of active subscribers to total subscribers decreases. When you have a very new channel, let's say you all of a sudden built up 1 million subscribers just like that. You just had 1 million subscribers. They're probably all active. A year goes by, half of them stop being active, but you've picked up another 500,000 or whatever. Well, now you have 1.5 million, but only 750,000 that are active, or whatever the numbers are. But my point is, as the channel gets bigger, the ratio of active subscribers to total subscribers decreases, and so the numbers don't quite line up the way you might expect. But you don't care because you have a ton of subscribers. It's still better than when you had fewer. But you cannot expect your subscriber base to stay as active as it is when you first start. Just not how it works. Somebody's asking, I wonder if Arumba has ever worked in insurance. I love you guys. You got the same sense of humor as I do. It's fun. How many time it takes per day to make your videos? I work Monday through Friday, 8:30 until 5. And then I usually will find time at night to record an extra couple. Because I like it. The key to having a successful channel is consistency. And you've got to be thinking about, how are people going to find you? Because if they can't find you, it doesn't matter. You could have 1 million videos, and if no one's finding them, either because you got poor search ranking, or because you've got poor search engine optimization, or because you're just making videos about stuff people don't care about, then it doesn't matter. You could have 1 million and you won't get any views. So you've got to have people. You just got to have people that are actually finding your channel. Okay, let's go back to moderator questions. We're going to wrap it up in about 10 minutes then. When you play with yourselves, Do you ever catch yourself commenting out loud? No. No, I don't. When I'm playing by myself, I think what they mean. When I'm just playing a game by myself, I don't find myself talking to myself, no. But I do find myself doing things that I wish I had recorded. I'd be thinking, damn, that was either good play, or that was funny, or that was really, really unlikely and it happened, and I wish I had recorded that. But no, I don't talk to myself. I run an ad blocker and don't see any ads on YouTube. How does that hurt you? I probably watch half your videos on my phone and get ads. Okay, well, this is a great topic, because I know a lot of people are interested in how the actual income side of YouTube works, and generally when you search for information about YouTube income, you're going to hit a brick wall. Most people won't talk to you about it, so we can talk about it, it's fine. First off, the idea that you're not allowed to discuss earnings and income and revenue shares is just all nonsense. You're perfectly capable of discussing it. It's just that most people think you're not supposed to, so they perpetuate that wrong information that you can't share it. I read my contract many, many times, and there's nothing in it that says I can't discuss my contract. So here's my contract. I'm a Square One, all right, which is a subsidiary of shoot, now I'm forgetting. I have to write it. I usually Square One, AMAA Media. Right? So AMAA Media is the actual parent company, and then Square One is the gaming branch of that network. Right? And what I have arranged is I pay them a flat $350 a month. It doesn't matter how many views or how many earnings or whatever, any of that stuff doesn't matter. I just pay them $350, and I think that's a really, really good deal for me, because as the channel gets bigger, my expenses stay the same. So I'll actually make a larger and larger relative share of the income compared to the network, while the network is still happy because they are making fixed income. Networks love fixed income. They love the idea that they can count on money coming in regardless of performance. Now, I was actually kind of surprised they let me renew my contract with the same deal, because the channel's grown a lot since last year. But I'm led to believe that it's because they just like the fixed income. They like knowing that they're going to get money from my channel no matter what. Now, most networks will want to take a percentage. Most networks will offer you garbage. They'll offer you like 70-30 or 50-50. And it's terrible, because remember, YouTube's taking 45% of your income no matter what. YouTube takes 45%, and you and the network combined get the remaining 55%. So if you have a 50-50 revenue share with a network, you're getting 50% of 55%. So you're only making like 27.5% of the revenue that's happening on your channel. So you're doing all the work, and you're getting a quarter of the income. It's garbage. You do not want to be in that situation. My video and audio is kind of desynced. Could be just because it's like 6-hour stream or 4-hour stream. I mean, I could start and stop it, but I don't want to. So the question was, if you run an ad blocker, how does that affect me? How much does that hurt me? I wouldn't worry about it. Some percentage of people are going to have an ad blocker, and it's fine. All I would say is that ad blocker, there's a setting you can use that allows you to allow ads on a specific channel or on YouTube or on specific channels. And, if you don't mind, then let it run. But if it really bothers you, then block the ads. It's fine. I mean, I don't really care. One individual person is not going to dictate whether or not I pay my mortgage. It's about millions of views. It's about hundreds of thousands of people. So one person not watching the ad doesn't really matter. It'd be like in the insurance business, worrying about one sale not happening. You don't make a living in the insurance business off of one sale. You make a living off of many, many, many sales. In the insurance business, we call it eating an elephant. If you only make one big sale a year, you'll fail the industry. And if you feel guilty about it, if you feel like you want to support the channel, whether you're guilty or not, if you just want to support the channel, there's a few ways you can do it. Number one, you can either allow your ad blocker to permit ads on the channel. Number 2, you can subscribe on Twitch if you want to. Number 3, at PayPal or at Roomba.tv, there's a tab at the top where you can just do a direct subscription through PayPal, and like 95% or 98% or some huge amount of that actually comes directly to me. I think PayPal takes like 8% or 5%. Just a couple days ago, the channel was approved for fan funding. So if you want, you can do a one-time donation directly through YouTube, and 100% of that goes directly to the channel. So honestly, if you donated $1, just $1, that's probably more money than that I would ever make off of you as a person individually. Because if you think about it, right now, net, I make usually between $2 and $3 per 1,000 views. So let's say that I'm making, just on the low end, $2 per 1,000. You personally would have to watch 1,000 of my videos for me to make $2. I don't know of anybody that's watched every one of my videos. So if you were to donate just $1, then you're doing better. You're doing more. I'm actually making more money from that than you watching all of the ads on all the videos. Someone's saying in chat I should do Patreon. Well, I'm not going to do Patreon or Subbable because now that we've got the fan funding tool, it's just superior. Assuming that the Google Wallet's not a pain in the butt to deal with. Yeah, I mean, hell, if you want to do it, just use the fan funding thing, donate $1, and run your ad blocker. I don't really... I mean, if you want to give more than that, I'm not going to say no. But, you know, just consider. This is what this is. Here, I'll read you the thing that I have on my website. TV. It's a Roomba.tv/subscribe. Not subscribble. I'm assuming the website's not down. Maybe it is down. No, it's not down. All right, so here's the argument that I made, and this is here's it is. Okay, so before you click off this page, I'd like to just quickly give you something to consider when it comes to supporting the channel and how significant an impact you can make. First, thanks for coming here and considering supporting the channel. Second, I only want people who have the financial means available to them to consider supporting the channel. If you do, great. If you don't, please continue to enjoy the videos, comment, like, participate. Your presence is welcome. I'm very glad to have your eyes and ears on the channel. Again, I don't want anyone who can't afford it. If you're a college student, if you're someone who can't do $1, just don't even consider it. This is not a guilt trip. This is not about making anyone pay money that they can't afford to pay. It's only if you can and if you want to. So, here's the logical argument for why you should support the channel. Let's say in any given month you have your income. Hey, we got Michael on Twitch, just became a part of Team subscriber. Let's say that in any given month you have your income and your expenses. You budget hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for various things that you either need or you want. Let's say you like to go out to dinner, or you like to go out to the movies, or buy music or DVDs. Whatever form of entertainment you enjoy, you spend money on it. Let's use that moviegoer's idea as an example. The average movie ticket in the US, according to a website, costs $7.96 per person as of the most recent data. So you're paying $8 to get 2 hours of entertainment, maybe 3 hours if you go to some of the longest movies out there. Game Tempest. See, now I'm going to get distracted because everyone's going to subscribe while I'm talking about subscribers. Thanks for subscribing. Then you pay $20 for popcorn and some soda, another $8 for your date or your spouse, and a god-awful amount if you happen to bring your kids. Forest Fairy Bugger, new subscriber. So once per month you get entertained for 2 hours, and it costs you somewhere between $8 if you went alone with no snacks and as much as $36 if you went on an average date night movie. All for a meager 2 hours of entertainment. On the other hand, I put out 8 videos a day every single day that vary between 15 and 25 minutes in length. Let's assume the shortest length for argument's sake and say 15 minutes times 8 videos times 365 days a year. That's 43,800 minutes of entertainment per year. Divided by 12 equals $3,650 minutes of entertainment per month. Divided by 60, that's 60 hours, 60.83 hours of entertainment per month. Now, naturally, not everyone will watch every single video that goes up on the channel, but if you even watched a tenth of the videos that I make, you're getting 6 hours of entertainment per month. Is it as good as a movie? Maybe. Probably not. But is it worth some nominal value greater than 0? Yeah, definitely. At the $15 subscription, you're paying a massive 0.6 cents. Well, $0.6. $0.06. 6 cents. It's crazy. Anyway, my point is just that you're not paying much. If you don't want to, if you don't want to have ads, then just turn the ads off. I don't care. But if you want to support the channel, feel free like it is. It's nothing. You're paying nothing. And honestly, $1 is probably more than I'll ever make off of YouTube ads. But that's only if you want to. Alright, so how are we doing? On time. There's a couple more moderators submitted questions. So are there any EU4 achievements you're particularly wanting to grab? Yeah, a bunch of the new ones that just came out I'm really excited about. I think that I want to do those as soon as we can wrap up one of the other campaigns. Arumba, can you please stop referring to yourself as old or middle-aged? My fiancé is the same age as you and is listening. I'm over the quarter hill, or whatever it's called. I'm 30. I'm going to be 30 soon. That's middle-aged, isn't it? Maybe middle-aged is 50 now. Maybe we're living longer. What house would you be in if you were in Hogwarts? Let's see, what are there? There's Hufflepuff. There's Slytherin. There's the good one, right? The one we're supposed to like that Harry Potter's in. What's that one? Hufflepuff. Slytherin. I don't remember. Yes, Trambler, I am trying to get Twitch emotes done. That's really kind of... I asked Sergio to do it, and he just seems to not have finished it. I also probably got him to... I forgot to pressure him on it, but... I don't even remember what the darn things were. I know Slytherin's the bad one. Gryffindor! Gryffindor, there we go, yeah. I think they're all basically the same. Obviously, Slytherin's like the evil one. I probably want to be... I would either tactically want to be in Gryffindor so that I could be close to Harry Potter so that I could backstab him when it was time to take over. Or I'd want to be in another party so that I wouldn't be eclipsed by his strength. You know, I'd have to be in another group. Will you play Ryukyu for 3 Mountains achievement? Please keep asking this. People keep asking this. I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. I haven't even done a World Conquest yet. I need to finish the EU4 one that I'm doing right now, the Austrian record race, the Holy Record Race. If I can do that, then I'll try it with a smaller country, but I don't know. I'm not as gamey as DDR Jake is, and that seems really challenging. How important do you think being good at whatever games you play is to being successful? It's a great question, but it depends on the type of channel that you have. If you are the type of channel that makes expert gameplay campaigns, and then all of a sudden you start being terrible at the games you play, you're going to lose viewership. If you're an entertainer, like if you're Northern Lion, and I hope Northern Lion doesn't take this the wrong way, Northern Lion can be bad at any game he plays, and people will watch him, because they're not there for him to be good, they're there for him to be funny. They're there for him to be entertaining. So he can play whatever the hell he wants. It's a little different for me. It's hard for me to break into new games because people expect me to play them really, really well, and it's hard to do that right away. So I need to either morph myself and start to play more of a commentary, like comedic type thing, or just accept the fact that I'm not going to be good at everything I play. So in my case, how important do you think it is to be good? I need to be pretty good. I usually like to study the game for a little bit. Alright, let's see what Mathis has done on Twitch now. Alright, so Northern Lion says those delts. Alright, so Quill likes my eyes, Mathis likes my hair, which I don't have anymore, and Northern Lion likes my delts. Nice. No homo, of course. No homo. Alright, so let me see if I can find this thing since it's new and I haven't mentioned it before. Just in case people are looking for it. And then we're gonna wrap. We picked up 400 subs in this stream. Okay, so let's say that you're on the YouTube channel. This should be what it looks like.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arumba.
I don't want that to play right now, actually. Say you're here. So you're on there, right? Hey, new subscriber, Bizta. You're actually the channel page, Not on the videos page, but the home page of the channel.
Hello and welcome. I'm
There's this button here, support this channel. This is where you can do the one-time thing direct through YouTube, and 100% of it goes to the channel. So you can do whatever you want. I think there's a limit on it, actually. So you can't donate more than 500 a day. You're not allowed. I know you want to. I know there's plenty of you who would do, 501 every day, but YouTube thinks that's too much. So you can only do 500 per day, but it's okay. I'll accept 500 every day if you just want to, spread it out over the course of a week. Then that'll be fine. So I'm just kidding. But it's funny how easy the math changes. All right, I think we're in a good spot. I don't see any new questions from the moderators. I don't have it. I don't have this button. Oh, the reason for that, if you don't have it, it's because let me read a little bit more about it because it's new. It just started. Fan funding. Let's find the. Okay. Fan funding is a new way to make voluntary payments to support the YouTube creators that you love. If a creator has fan funding enabled, you'll see a support button on their channel page. You may see a support message in the corner of their videos. Click that button or message to get started. Okay. How much of this voluntary payment goes to the creator? The vast majority of your payment goes to the creator. The YouTube takes a small fee to cover the cost of processing the transaction. If you're in the United States, the approximate fee per transaction apparently is 21 cents plus 5%. So apparently YouTube is taking the Patreon subbable cut, which is fine. See, Google's smart. They don't want other people doing what they could do. They're not going to let Patreon, a subbable, take out. They're going to beat them. They're going to win now. For example, if you made a $10 fan funding voluntary payment, the YouTube's fee would be 71 cents. The creator would receive $9.29. What countries are supported? We are excited to bring fan funding to more countries around the world as soon as possible. Here's where fan funding is available today: Australia, Japan, Mexico, and the United States. So, apparently, if you're not seeing it, it's because you don't live in one of those 4 countries. So anyway, YouTube takes 5%. PayPal is cheaper than in most cases. I don't even remember. Let me go check it out. I don't know what PayPal takes. Hopefully I'm not showing all my passwords and stuff right now. That would be rather silly, wouldn't it? Again, I'm just looking into this because people are asking. I'm not. You don't have to. You don't have to do this stuff unless you want to. Okay, so here's an example. A gentleman from somewhere, I don't know specifically where, donated $5 using the subscription thing on roomba.tv/subscribe, using the PayPal thing, and on $5, PayPal took 50 cents. So they took exactly 5%. On a $10 donation, they took 69 cents. So they took 7%. $20, they took $1.08. So a little tiny bit above 5%. This seems to vary depending on, I don't know what. Let's see, there was one that was really big. Some guy donated like $700. He's crazy. I mean, by all means, do it again, but... So, okay, cool. How did your private world conquest go as France? I kind of stopped playing because it was on 1.7 and then they patched it. Oh, you're right, that's 10%. That makes more sense, yes. 10% if it's $5, and then it went down to 7% at like 10, and then it got down to like 5%. So the bigger the donation, the less PayPal takes. Good call. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do bad math. It's possible. Okay, well hopefully this was a good experience for you guys. I mean, I hope that you're not disappointed. Hopefully the, this makes you think that I'm not ugly. I'd rather not be perceived as ugly. And now, Mathis and Quill will know who to look for when we get to Sweden. They'll be able to find me, because they know what I look like. So, yeah. Any last thoughts before we wrap it up? New subscriber, Blue Ghost 40. Also, the more people subscribe on Twitch, the better the share ratio will be. Right now, Twitch takes 50%, but if I get up to 500, then I can get it to 70-30. So for every $5, they'll only take $1.50 instead of $2.50. Let's go see how many subscribers there are right now. Partnership. Apparently I'm being hosted. So there's 153 active subscribers on Twitch, and they'll do the increased ratio at 500. I don't stream often, so I don't really feel bad about not having more subscribers. Twitch is more of a... Northern Line does a lot more on that. It's a bigger part of his program. You know, it's what he does. He does 3 big streams a week. I like mostly doing YouTube. But I do feel like, you know, Twitch is very good for what it does. Okay. Please do this again. Well, when we hit 1 million. Right? No face cam until 1 million. If you guys want to see me again, we need 1 million subscribers. Go out and recruit your friends and family. Get them signed up. What's this youth debates thing? I keep on seeing it. Apparently we crashed their forum multiple times. That's cool. I got you Reddit Gold. You owe me insurance. I've never had Reddit Gold before. I don't know what that means. Someone named I Love Arumba just subscribed. That's awesome. You must have created an account just to do it. Who is hosting you, Arumba? Let me find out. It is... Schneewitten. Wittchen. I don't know who this. I don't know who he is. Must just be a cool dude. Can we see your wife at 1 million subs? I think that can be arranged. I think I would be able to convince my wife to show her face. That'll be the new thing. Let's get started on that. Somebody write that down. Arumba's concubine is still my favorite. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Alright, cool. I'm going to wrap it up here then. Thanks guys for coming. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I hope you learn a little bit more about me. I know that I've said some things that may have been not what you think, or you may have disagreed with, but I don't know. Everyone has an opinion. You know the saying, right? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. I just try to be a nice guy. I'm really tired now. I'm gonna go take a nap. Zen fires the missiles! Okay, cool. I will see you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you soon.